Second. Let's get rid of me. Damn it. One second, guys. I was waiting for this all day and I could not find it. Move from solo layout. No, I don't want that. Exit solo layout. How do I do this? Damn it. 1 second. Clearly doing something wrong, aren't I? Make choice. Okay, it's the best way I can do it. I was looking for this all day. Hey, Boomer, you're like, happy Thursday. Thank you for being a member for 9 months. Wow. Wow, thank you so much. There you go. I've been waiting for this all day to come on and I didn't spot it. Well, I don't think we missed too much of it. Computer, maybe I'm doing the wrong thing here. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. I'm trying to get me off the corner. How did I do it the last day? Yeah, have a look. It was on mute. Well, that's not what I want.
The jury, my conference is going to take a few more minutes, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to send you for a short break. Let's try to keep it 5 minutes or so. Do not discuss this case amongst yourselves. Do not do any investigation and receive no information. Let's try to keep it 5, maybe 10 minutes. Okay?
All right, for the next thing.
Okay. Oh, no, I know what I'm doing wrong. Hold on. Damn it.
Okay, the jury is out of our presence. Everyone, please be seated. Dr. Anderson, does Dr. Chopra need to step outside, or can he sit here while
No.
It's up to Dr. Chopra. If he wants a break, I have no objection.
All right, wait a minute, buddy. Sorry. I
Okay,
saw
so
that
why don't
like
you come back in 5
should I
minutes?
put it on?
Remember, you can't talk
I've
to
been
anybody
waiting
about
for all
your
day. I checked so many times. I
Just
mean,
so the clerk's aware, we're
no.
now talking about exhibit 3035.
What's the name? What's the name? What's the name?
Pages, including 0024. And we're gonna wait on Mr. Shapiro to give us additional pages to look at. Do you want me to sit here, or do you want me to come back?
Happy Thursday to you, book or
I'll be back in
Boomer.
5 minutes.
Oh God, here we go. We're taking a break already. All right. I searched for this. I searched for this so many times today. And it was like there was no court case on. I was like, what the hell? But this is day 4, basically, with the jury in there. Of course, it's not going to be credible. We're just getting witnesses. A dad didn't get up there yet. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in, welcome in. You can still chat, I know the lives I do when I'm not doing this kind of stuff, I get a lot of people coming in. Seems to be that they like me more than they like me doing cases, or so to speak. It's a weird thing. But I said I'm going to continue on doing it, so I'm going to continue on doing it. And I can do a live, when this is over, of course, and see where we go from there. I mean, hey, cool gamer, welcome in. Welcome in. Don't like that you're doing this, sweetie. Why is that, Boca Mama? I think it's a really important case. Oh, I like that you're doing it. Yeah. Well, we can have our fun as well. I know people come on YouTube to listen to me, so to speak. Yeah, to me, this case, as I said, it kind of, hey, just on. Well, I've just found it. I mean, I was looking for this all day and it wasn't on, and I just clicked in there and there it was. So, I think they may have started late. I don't know. But they're on the break right now, as usual. I can't skip it on from the breaks. So we'll have a listen in, and this case kind of represents everything I really stand for. I believe in justice. I do believe there's a justice system there, but it's very hard to get to it. A lot of people don't realize that I did the High Royal Courts of Justice, which would be the biggest courthouse in the UK. I did that for 6 months. This case is only going on for 7 weeks, okay? I did 6 months of a case, and I won it and changed some legislations. It's a doctor, understand? Oh, okay. It'll be interesting to see when the father gets up there. I mean, you know, so taking time out per day to do a case, like something like this, to redirect from the drama, if you want to put it on the YouTube streets. Because if you notice, if I don't do this, my numbers are a lot higher because everyone wants to know what I'm going to say next, right? Which is nice to know. We do have fun in here. I literally did the intro really fast and then I just clicked on really quick. And yeah, I was looking for it all day and it wasn't on and it wasn't on. And I was like, what the hell? I was pretty sure they said they were coming back on Thursday, I was thinking. Hey, Rocco, welcome in, sweetheart. Welcome in, Just John. I know Just John is really interested with this one as well. I was asked last night, do I think what the mother did was right? When you have when someone's been ripped away from you, your whole world is gone. And the mother felt maybe she took herself out of the situation, that Mike could come home. And that's exactly what did happen, unfortunately. It shouldn't have went that way. It should not. So I can't say that the mother's wrong, and I can't say that she's right at the same time, because once again, she put her daughter first. She wanted her daughter out of the hospital, and the only way she could see the way out of doing that, unfortunately, was unaliving, herself, which is really, really sad. No one should have to get to that point. No one. But it does happen. It does. The courts aren't interested with the parents. They're interested in the best interest of the child. So you could say all the things in the world will happen to you. They're not really interested in that. They're only interested in the child. Or said she's obviously of age right now. They're not interested with the parents or what may have happened to you. Believe me, I know that. All they want to know is what happens, what's going on with the child, the child, the child, the child. Whatever happens with you, It doesn't matter. You can go up there and tell them you had this, that, and whatever going wrong, happening to you, and na. They don't want to hear that. Just want to hear all about the child. But in the US, I can see the difference in the court system. The UK one is very drawn. I did 6 months in the highest court in London. 6 months. Well, by the time I was finished doing that, I was anorexic and a urine catheter strapped onto my leg for at least about 3 months afterwards. And I ended up in hospital as well. Because it took a toll on me, believe me, it did. Once again, I didn't have any support. I'll put it that way. I did it all by myself. That doesn't tell you what a strong person can be. You know, you might fall down on your face and be weak at times, but you know, when it's time to pick your face off that ground, you're damn well sure you're going to do it. Don't know how I done it. When I look back at it, I just don't know how I even done it. And them to tell me that I changed legislation in the UK. They even took my passports. My daughter was in a few actually, so I understand a little bit. Yeah. But that's why I'm interested in this one, because I want the daughter to have justice. I really want her to. Look, my numbers, 13 people, right? Now, if I come back on later on tonight, numbers will bounce. Isn't that amazing? Well, that's, you know. Must we have in there 50, 60 people last night? Here we go.
Your Honor, I'm just looking, they just handed me the.
There's a judge there that, you know.
Okay, go ahead and review and let me know if there's any objection.
I don't know why he's bothered even keeping on to this thing here. He might just shave it off. It's not doing him any favors. If Buckeye's in the house, can you put this stream on subs only? Because I didn't even get a chance to do that because I spotted the case was on and I just jumped right in. I know that piece of hair. I mean, God, if I was over there, I'd be over there with a razor blade on his head. I'd be like, yeah, hold on a minute, Judge. He's on camera. Could you imagine? I mean, you would imagine he would have, you know. Anyways, I'm pretty sure he'd tell me where to go. Thank you, Buck. I appreciate that. I just jumped right in when I seen the case on because I was looking for it all day. I have been checking all day for it and it wasn't on. I thought it would have been on UK 12 o'clock time. And I kept checking, it wasn't there. I even went down early this morning, got my meds, so I wouldn't miss it and nothing happening. Thanks, Buckeye. I appreciate that. We just don't need a bunch of trolls walking in. And I'm pretty sure there's a few of them probably subbed up to this channel anyway, so you know. Isn't it very nice when they turn off the volume when they're discussing their stuff?
Right. I mean, we don't need you to sidebar at this point. What are the, is there an agreement or are there objections?
There are objections, not, to the complete document, but there's objections to the introduction of explanations.
Get rid of this, Judge. You don't need it. Not doing you any favors. What's the point? Your hair is gone, man.
Time out. Just tell me specifically what pages we're talking
Time
about.
out. Take this way.
The exhibit 3035.
3035-12 would be one of the ones that.
It would be wrong or told to come in today while you're
12, and
No.
then what are the others?
Call me pretty quiet when I'm doing this, Buckeye, to be honest.
In 303524.
It seemed to have subtitles as well.
Okay, so can someone put up 12, 303512? And what is the objection, Mr. Anderson?
My objection is that you should get rid of that
These
thing
are
on top of your head.
together, but if you look down under 3 PM, Kathy stated parents are still in court reviewing patient's case with judge and do not anticipate meeting will conclude before 5 PM. And my concern with this, Your Honor, is that I don't know what this witness is going to say once they open the door to the DCF matter, because I have not briefed him or prepped him, so he knows the rules. And so when we get into the DCF stuff, I think it's going to be the wild, wild west. And this is loaded with it, including, if you see the next page, Judge would like appointment to be scheduled sometime tomorrow morning. We're going to be starting to try the DCF case too. So if you look
I
at the
see.
next page, it's more clear.
Oh, you're
Page
doing they're
22.
going through the departments of children and whatever as well.
So
Interesting.
yeah, CPS has been contacted and is going to
CPS
call
will do
children this
CPS
afternoon to begin their investigation. I thought that, what's the date of that? I thought that was out of evidence in terms of being used for cross-examination, but
Well, here's where I'm at right now, Mr. Anderson. Again, this is all predicated on what you're going to do with this witness. If I already told you, if you wanted to go into 3035-0024 with this witness, I'm going to let you do it. But so far, and these other documents will probably come in so far. I mean, and yeah, there's some things in here that I'd rather not be, but you know, the Nemours issue probably is going to have to get explained somehow to the jury anyway.
well, it's fairly complex. And again, what happens if the witness who doesn't hear anything, doesn't know anything, starts telling what he knows about the DCF investigation, how unfair it was, all of the different things that we're alleging. I don't know what his knowledge is on that, Judge. And so it's very likely, I think, that we're going to get a lot more. This particular point here that they're trying to raise, I think can be covered in other ways, but the main thrust of this is that they're getting DCF involved. It's the 9th. It's 2 days after they came in.
Well, again, it's predicated on what you're going to do. And, you know, I'm not going to tell you how to try your case. It sounds like you don't need this witness to talk about the issue that you want to talk about, but hey, if you feel like you want this witness to make those comments, then I'm going to let you address the 0024 document. But on cross-examination, then I'm going to let them address at least 12 and 22. I haven't looked at 23 yet. So if you don't go there, then we don't need to make any rulings. If you do, then
I'm in a case of
we
the
will. So it's
city boy.
up to you.
My biggest concern is I was hoping to have a
Not a
couple
West.
extra hours this
What,
afternoon, which
19
are
years
rapidly
to life,
evaporating.
15 years on oh wow, Heather. No. Awesome justice.
If they're just going to use those two, fine.
Well, there's a third one. I didn't look at
I haven't
23.
seen the third one either.
Would be potentially 303. Okay, I guess not that one.
Not 23?
We'll take that one.
I beg your pardon.
We'll take 23.
Yeah, 303-523 would be a potential.
Yeah, we'll
Okay,
take 23.
Put 23
Can I
back
get
up,
those
please.
printed out somehow?
Yeah, we'll take 23.
I'd like to use a highlighter. We're kind of on a spur of the moment.
So
here.
thank you, Heather, for letting us know about the
We have the ability to sort of-
remains what were
Let
found
me
at the
be
time.
clear,
Suzanne Morphine or
because I'm going to
her name right
allow 3035
You let us know that last night, too.
24.
for that one.
We're also going to allow in 12, 22, and 23. Is that correct?
That appears to be it.
Mr. Shapiro, do you agree?
just get a proffer from the plaintiff of exactly what he plans to ask the doctor, only because the doctor said he doesn't know anything about the Moors. And so I'm trying to get a sense of how deep this is about to go and how we're responsible,
Well,
because
let's-
obviously we don't want to open up.
Let's bring in the doctor, put him on the stand and see what happens
Okay.
outside the presence of the jury. Yes. Doctor, what we're gonna do is we're gonna ask you some questions outside the presence of the jury, and we may or may not ask them again in front of the jury. Mr. Anderson.
May it please the court. Doctor, in your files, do you have the Nemours Hospital records? Do you know?
I don't think I have. I'm not 100% sure.
Okay. If I showed you a particular Nemours document, then if in
Yeah, let's
evidence,
do, Boomer,
do you think
we'll
you
just call
can
him by the
identify this
June Classic.
as a Nemours transfer notice? Let me show,
My-
may I show it to him?
Let's just put it on the screen.
Let's put him on.
My impression was that Nemours refused admission.
Exactly, but we're talking now about the reasons why.
And when you said put this document, you mean 3035-0024?
Yes, sir.
Can I have one of the IT folks put it up, please?
If you could read that, Doctor.
So this is just to save time, this is a evaluation report on Maya.
This was a Nemours order for the transfer of Maya Kowalski and the reasons that it was rejected ultimately. And I wanted to ask you a question. I know I'm in the interest of time. Assume Jack and Beata Kowalski had researched and determined that Nemours does not have a comprehensive CRPS program.
I object to this. This,
We don't have a jury. Let's get the information out first. Then you can talk to us about your objections.
he's objecting and jury in the
Again,
middle
Mr.
more.
Anderson, let's not make predicate statements. Let's just ask the questions.
Yes, sir. Assume Jack and Beata Kowalski had researched and determined that Nemours did not have a comprehensive CRPS inpatient program. And assume further that the research revealed that it would be more of the PT that she had been through about 4 times. Assume further that from this form, as you can read, that the transfer to Nemours was based in part on Munchausen's by proxy assigned by Dr. Dees, who is not a psychiatrist or psychologist, let the record reflect. It says right there, pediatric hospitalist. And so do you have an opinion, assuming those facts, as to whether the actions of Jack and Beata Kowalski in rejecting the Johns Hopkins reasons and methods of transferring Maya to Nemours in Orlando?
I object to that question.
We're proper.
I'm allowed to object. My objection is multiple. It's the court asked the plaintiff not to give a predicate, and then he just gave 6 predicates. But in addition to that, he's asking now the plaintiff to speculate on the state of mind of the parents. He's not disclosed as an expert on either and judge the reasonableness of their conduct.
Okay, well, one thing I heard is you're now asking him an opinion. Sounds like this opinion wasn't disclosed. Is that correct?
He had no opinion about transfer unavailability.
Well, they were going to, I'm sure, open that door. I felt like they did on their cross. That's why I stood up.
Well, they opened up the door about Nemours. That doesn't mean this witness can give opinions that
nice.
haven't been previously addressed or disclosed.
I would, I can't remember the specific 2 or 3 questions, but my memory is that the questions were designed to give the jury the impression that somehow the Kowalskis had misbehaved or done something wrong in rejecting the Nemours transfer. That was clearly the thrust of them. To me, that opens the door for me to point out that they turned it down because it was based on, in part, Munchausen by proxy. And I believe one of these codes here is from conversion disorder for Maya.
Why isn't this testimony from Mr. Kowalski?
It can be, but I think,
To me, I didn't realize you were going to ask him an opinion that had not been disclosed. So on that basis, no, this witness can't testify to an undisclosed opinion.
well, can he testify to anything having to do with his experience and the narrative provided affecting the treatment of the child and the family?
I don't understand your question.
Can I show him this? And he's obviously aware of the prior questioning,
Yeah,
and
well,
ask him
at least
whether
they
his
using clean and
experience
with that.
would be that this transfer notice being signed by the Kowalskis, is it?
Time out. Sir, do you know anything about the possible transfer to Nemours?
All I know is that Nemours refused transfer.
Okay. How did you come to that information?
It's somewhere in the records. That's the only way I would have known.
Do you know any of the details as to why the transfer was refused?
There was no details, but can I just put in something?
Sure.
If I were, as a physician and, with 30 years of experience, if I saw the word Munchausen by proxy, I don't want that patient.
Oh, boom.
Anything else?
That would probably be a pretty good question if allowed. Having seen the Nemours transfer notice, would you, as a physician, want to accept the patient? Answer, I gather, is no. And then I would ask him why.
I'm going to object to that as an undisclosed opinion. My questions to him about transfer were very specific to malpractice claims, meaning there was an allegation from Dr. Chopra that my client committed malpractice and not giving her the proper therapy. The only reason I was asking about transfer is part of the defense of that is all Children's tried to make a transfer of the patient to a center in Nemours that specializes in comprehensive regional pain syndrome and in the rehabilitation of that. And that was not consented to. It had nothing to do with his state of mind about whether mom should want this purely as a defense of malpractice.
Well, here's where I'm at. The issue of Nemours, I think the defense has opened that door. And you're going to be able to call whatever witness or witnesses to explain. It doesn't sound like, other than seeing some sort of reference in the records, he really has details as to what happened or didn't happen with respect to the proposed transfer. And so I don't think this is the witness for you to go into that.
I have a possible solution then. I'm happy to not go into this with this witness. If the court enters an instruction that strikes the 3 questions about the transfer to Nemours because they were asked before it was put into evidence.
Yeah, but there was testimony about it 2 days ago as well. So it's,
Well, I probably objected at that time too.
I don't recall. I really don't recall.
Well, our problem is this, Judge. If we're going into this, the jury should not be left hanging with this impression that Beata and Jack were being unreasonable. We have a right to rehabilitate, or whatever you want to call it, by pointing out that if they sign this, they're signing on to agreeing to Munchausen by proxy, among other things. And it's just not fair to our side that if the jury hears one side of that story, they won't hear the other side.
And again, I've said that you can call witnesses because the door has been opened. The reality is, I'm not going to allow in an undisclosed opinion. I think that's pretty clear. And it sounds like you're now trying to get him to make assumptions or assume a hypothetical to give an opinion that he has not previously given prior to today. That's no issue with Dr. Chopra because I don't think this was something that was ever asked of him. So, you know, I told you earlier, if you're going to want to show this record, that's fine, but you can't ask him opinions that were undisclosed. And once you show that document, we're showing the other documents that we were talking about. So,
Well, you know, really puts me in a dilemma here. And it's not a dilemma of my making. And the defense was allowed to ask questions of for a witness for documents that were not in evidence, thus leaving the jury with a certain impression. So if
Mr. Anderson,
No.
I just need you to decide.
We have 1 minute, Your Honor.
Well,
Literally 30 seconds.
Dr. Chopra, I'm showing you Exhibit 3035-0024. Do you have it in front of you?
Yes.
And does there appear to be a series of diagnoses in the middle of the page by a Dr. Dees, a pediatric hospitalist?
Yes.
And is one of the diagnoses assigned by Dr. Dees Munchausen by proxy?
Yes.
If you turn the page, is there?
I can turn it. Somebody else will.
That's all right. But there's a second page for a place to sign, which we'll bring up. And that's all I'll ask you. Was there a place where the Kowalskis were supposed to sign to agree to this for transfer? That's my own. Those are 3 factual questions.
There's no place for the patient or the patient's representative to sign.
Well, it says E-level, encounter E-level signatures, order level documents, and so forth. It's kind of in bureaucratese, but this is, I believe, what they were presented with.
he gave his answer.
All right, so I don't ask him about the signature page.
I don't know what encounter level e-signature means.
E-signature is one that's sent through the court. Yes,
He doesn't know.
okay.
So
I
I'm
can
not
ask
going to
you.
tell him for him to turn around and say it. So
Well, I understand, Judge. I'd like to ask the factual questions here because I don't want the jury left with that impression. And it could be 4 or 5 days before we call Jack Kowalski.
If I understand, Mr. Anderson wants to address with Dr. Chopra the reasonableness of accepting transfer with a diagnosis of Munchausen in the record is an undisclosed opinion.
I think at this point, it's just the last 3 or 4 questions, the factual questions he asked about the document.
And the problem with that is the redirect, if the implication, I don't think this is a secret, if the implication is going to be that we would have accepted a transfer, except now that there's a diagnosis in the record, it's going to open up a redirect on the fact that it was also in the record in 40 other medical records and providers from Lurie's to et cetera. And I don't know how much of this I need to get in front of this witness. It's just,
That's a difference between a diagnosis and a theory.
Here's where I'm at. Those questions that you just asked Mr. Anderson, except for the parent signature question, I'm fine, and I'm fine with the 0024 and 25. But if you go there, I'm going to allow 12, 22, and 23 as well. So I just need you to decide right here, right now, whether you're going to use this witness to do it, have this discussion, or you're going to call someone else down the road. And I know you feel like you're in a box, but at this point in time, you got to make a decision.
Well, over my objection, I probably at this point will hold off, with the document, but I will ask questions about the basis for the transfer. Does he know the basis for the transfer in part was Munchausen by proxy?
Okay.
Is that okay?
If you're basically now going to ask him questions off of this document, I see that as the same thing as us introducing and showing the jury the document. So,
That's pretty much the way I felt
Oh, really,
on
just
their
okay,
cross-examination.
Mr. Anderson, we are where we're at.
Hey,
Do you
Greg.
want to use this
Happy
this
birthday,
witness to
Art.
talk about the Nemours issue as I just outlined, or are you not?
One moment.
I've got a jury waiting.
I don't know. It's very difficult. One more question of him and then
In proffer or
proffer.
outside or with the jury?
Proffer.
Okay.
Are you able to identify this as a transfer form as opposed to something else?
This is a report of an admitting nurse from Nemours.
Okay. And can you see from this document why we have an admitting nurse at Nemours giving this report?
Yeah, I would object to the speculation.
You can answer the question. Sir, do you know the answer?
If you don't know.
What's
you
the
don't know.
question?
Yeah, the
Sorry.
question is, do
He's
you
an
know
idiot.
why, and at this juncture,
Got a yes or no?
a transfer nurse was involved?
Well, yes, that I know.
Mhm.
All children wanted to transfer Maya to Nemours
All right.
for rehabilitation.
And then what does the diagnosis in part show as a reason assigned by Dr. Dees to transfer her over?
It shows Munchausen by proxy.
And in your opinion, did this child have Munchausen by proxy? That is in the report and in the record.
Absolutely not.
Absolutely
How
not.
does it-
Boom.
Anything before I bring in the jury?
I don't think so.
So to be clear, at this point in time, and I'm not making this, but are we admitting 3035, 12, 22, 23, 24, and 25? Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
I believe so.
Oh, wait.
You don't. There's a portion of that, I beg your pardon, Judge. There's a portion of 24, I believe it is, that does make reference to dependency court proceedings that I would like to redact before it gets admitted to evidence.
Well, again, I'm not fond of this entire exercise, but
Hmm.
be that as it may, I feel like Johns Hopkins, by its questioning, has put the issue of Nemours squarely into contention here, and the plaintiff has a right to discuss that.
I don't quibble with that at this, Judge. That's not the point. That's not the point of what I'm saying.
If they'll withdraw the testimony, the attempted cross on something that was not in evidence, then I'm fine and we can go home.
Just for the record, I didn't question the doctor on a single record from the Moors. It was about the records from Ocean Wars of Oregon.
Yeah.
Hey, yeah, yeah.
Testimony
hold
that
on,
is,
hey.
the testimony stands at this point.
I'm ready to fly.
So the question is, and again, it's the same question I asked you 10 or 15 minutes ago.
Treating you guys.
Are you going to want to use this witness to talk about those factual questions that we just were talking about and your opinion on Munchausen by proxy that you just elicited, or are you not?
How long do you plan to go today, Judge?
What can I do to get an answer out of you?
I want an answer out of the judge. I want to know why he has this hair.
Okay, so then my question is 12, 22, 23, 24, and 25. And I now am hearing from Mr. Hunter that he has an objection to 25, which we should have probably told me 30 or 45 minutes ago. So
It's basically the bottom of 24, Judge.
can someone put up 24, please?
Well, Boom, what are your thoughts so far?
Okay, what specifically are you talking about?
It makes reference to having an order in place.
Just tell me the specific language that you're talking about.
Patient,
Patient must
just
have.
go ahead and
court
say,
order.
Judge, I'm sorry.
So patient must have court order in place to be transferred? Is that what you're talking about?
I was talking about the reference to the court order, and there was one in here earlier there was reference being made to the family being in court in front of the judge and would not be available until the next morning. That was what I was really concerned about.
Is it any surprise to the jury that there were dependency court proceedings going on? And we're not trying that case, but
Okay, as long as that's understood, go ahead, Judge, I'm sorry.
so the court at this time, Madam Clerk, is going to receive 3035 pages 12, 22, 23, 24, and 25. And let's go ahead and bring in the jury.
There we go. Jury comes in.
Okay, everyone, please be seated. Members of the jury, I want to confirm while you're away, you did not discuss this case amongst yourselves. You did no investigation and you received no information. Is that all correct?
Understand right.
And I want to confirm that since the last time you were with us, you were not approached by anyone about this case. And that you have not seen any media coverage concerning this case. Okay. And I'll have to tell you, my wife always loves when I said it's 5 minutes. I seem to have a very elastic sense of time when it comes to 5 minutes.
Yeah, well, that's
At least it wasn't
Sure.
one time I was with her, I
Yeah,
said
man,
5 minutes, and 4 hours later, I was still at the office working. So I apologize, but sometimes things just take a little bit longer. And I'm glad I didn't have you sit here while we were having that discussion. So,
You're still married.
and I'm still married, which is the biggest surprise of all.
I'm amazed with the hair on the head.
Mr. Anderson.
Why shouldn't I should
May it
shave
please
it?
the court. Insofar as the specifics of the day-to-day, month-to-month care of Maya Kowalski, would you defer to our physiatrist who has worked that out? Your opinion, would you defer to the physiatrist for the day-to-day minutia of the care?
I didn't, you'll have to rephrase it. I didn't get that question.
Oh, for God's sake.
Okay.
Typical.
On cross, you were asked about an authoritative source, and I believe you answered that you did, that it wasn't authoritative and it might have been authoritative, but do you know if we can put up 1001 to 2718? Okay, I'm shifting gears because that's not the one I wanted, but
Yeah, she does. Yeah, yeah. She looks very pale.
Shown on
I thought that when I was looking at her
examination.
even.
This, can we highlight that middle, the entire paragraph instead of just the top? And can you read to yourself the reason why Beata Kowalski said she's not allowed to eat? What's a TPN?
It's called, TPN stands for parenteral nutrition. I forget the first T, what the T
Is-
stands for, but it's nutrition that's given through an IV.
And is TPN a ban on feeding until the diagnosis could be understood by the hospital?
No, there's nothing wrong on giving TPN. I mean, there are some risks involved when you give someone TPN.
And did it come to your attention, though, that there was an order from Johns Hopkins that prohibited Maya from eating until they actually diagnosed what was wrong with her stomach?
Objection, not recommendation.
I wasn't aware of that rule, but that would be standard practice.
And so if this is standard practice and there was, in fact, such an order, would it be reasonable for Beata Kowalski to inform whatever the nurse was or whomever that Maya couldn't eat because there was an order saying not to eat?
Objection, it's lack of foundation, it's also speculation on the statement.
Well, it says that Beata said that she is not allowed to eat, that she was just quoting the hospital orders, which the nurse should have known.
Yep. Okay. There was also a question about a tethered cord. Let me show you exhibit 1028-147. And I'll ask you there if we can highlight the line where he says the patient and father state she saw her GP. What's a GP?
General practitioner.
Yeah, that's what we said in
And
the GP.
so what's happening here? What does it show insofar as Jack Kowalski following up on the tethered cord recommendation you made?
He did follow up.
Let me show you then 2004-44. It's the MRI and Dr. Wassenauer's records. Now, there are no findings there of tethered cord, are there?
No,
Does it appear to you then that the Kowalskis followed up on your recommendation and found that now that they had the test results, there was no tethered cord?
there was no tethered cord. They did follow up on it. Yes.
You were asked on cross-examination about what was an authoritative source, and it was specifically the guidelines. I'm forgetting the phrase that they used. The consensus guidelines. Do you recall that testimony?
Well, I was reminded about it. Yes.
Okay. And you said you were aware of it. Does it show that Stephen Cohen is one of the authors of that?
Yes, he's the first author on it.
And tell the jury who Dr. Stephen Cohen works for.
John Hopkins, All Children's.
That's an objection, move to strike as inaccurate. I move to strike it as an inaccurate statement.
It's just Johns Hopkins.
You can overrule.
Thank you. All right, so now turning to whether or not the Kowalskis actually transferred or the reasons. Let me show you what's been previously marked into evidence as 3035-0024. If we could bring that up.
Well, I'm sorry to
I have
hear
it.
that, yeah, about your headaches, honey. Not worse than that.
All right. And so in this, does it appear to be from Nemours?
Yes.
And does it appear to be a transfer nurse that is creating the progress note?
So for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I just want to explain. When a patient is transferred from one hospital to another, the second hospital sends over a nurse who does an assessment. And then based on the assessment, the second hospital will decide whether they want this patient or not. And that's this report.
So if you look at under Sandra Perez, MSW, and does it say that she met with the Johns Hopkins people?
She met with, yes, she did meet with them.
All right. Is one of the diagnoses already made and placed into this Munchausen by proxy?
Yes.
Doctor,
You make Kenya, yeah?
what happens, and you've previously discussed this, when a diagnosis like this is put into a patient's records?
I object to this.
He's already testified about narratives.
That question I'm sustaining.
If I,
Plus, I'm sorry, I sustained it, so Mr. Anderson's gonna have to ask you another question.
okay.
What, if any, effect in your practice as a physician does having this Munchausen by proxy in the record
Same objection.
I'm sustaining,
as opinion?
yes.
Right. Well then, does it say that Johns Hopkins told them it was Munchausen by proxy
Objection.
among the,
Overruled the objection, you can ask that question.
does it say Munchausen by proxy is one of the diagnoses?
Okay, I have an opinion on this.
Please.
Can I say? Okay. For one, they
Object, Your Honor.
No.
Objection.
Just need the man to speak for God's
well,
sake.
the jury needs to know the truth.
Sir, what I need is you to answer the specific question that was asked.
Okay.
Which I have now forgot.
The question that you'd asked was, is Munchausen? No.
What happens when, well, that one's already been overruled. I said, was Munchausen's by proxy assigned by a Dr. Deegs with Johns Hopkins?
Yes.
And did Maya have Munchausen, or did Beata have Munchausen by proxy?
No.
And is that a
Boom.
psychiatric diagnosis?
Yes.
Is it a negative psychiatric diagnosis?
Objection.
It's a grossly
Overruled, you can, the answer stands.
it's a grossly negative psychiatric diagnosis.
All right. And so if you look at the bottom, does there appear to be some editorial about Maya with Johns Hopkins?
What do you mean by editorial?
Okay. Was there a comment made about whether or not she could clearly move her arms to do so?
Yes.
All right. And so in the actual diagnosis for the transfer, which the Kowalskis would have to consent to, obviously, was there a finding that was in effect an admission that if they signed, it would be Munchausen by proxy, they would agree to it?
Objection, Your Honor, and scope and foundation. Outside.
Mr. Court Reporter, can I have that question again, please?
Okay, and so in the actual diagnosis for the transfer, which the Kowalski would have to consent to, obviously.
Hey, Tooth Fairy, welcome in.
And
This is my email, Tasha.
they assign-
Yeah, Bolan. Just going to start at the beginning and just be listening. I've been getting headaches.
Yes.
Wow, everyone's getting headaches over there.
If the Kowalskis signed it,
I think it's because of my
they would be
confusing
admitting
treatment.
that they have.
Okay. Yeah, I had headaches.
Thank you.
Boca had headaches. Now Tooth Fairy has headaches.
Defense attorney.
Just very.
I hope you're feeling well, sweetie.
Well, one last question. Was this transfer notice for the purpose of CRPS treatment or for a psychological psychiatric treatment?
Objection.
Sustained.
Nothing further.
Okay. Very briefly, Your Honor.
Yes.
Just because you were asked about Munchausen's and prior psychiatric diagnoses, are you aware of whether records prior to All Children's Hospital also contained those suspicions or diagnoses?
I will put it to you, Tooth
I
Fairy.
asked you if you were aware of whether other institutions prior to All Children's had also made those diagnoses or suspicions.
I'm just trying to think of the hospitals. No, not aware of any.
So the totality of the records that you reviewed and everything you reviewed, you don't remember ever seeing either at Tampa General or Lurie's Hospital prior to All Children's, their records containing either diagnoses or suspicions from other physicians about either Munchausen's or other psychiatric disorders. You don't remember ever seeing it.
Objection.
I know.
Across because facts are not in evidence. No.
I don't recall any of them diagnosing.
That's all. Thank you, Doctor.
Anything further from the claims?
No, Your. You didn't see.
You don't understand, the
expect
jury
that.
actually gets asked questions too.
Are you serious? It's a nice day.
Members of the jury, do any of you have questions for the doctor? I see at least 1, 2, 3. Lawyers, please come forward.
Seriously?
Notes. I know you're trying to conserve paper, but we have enough paper for your notes. Just pull the whole sheet of paper, please. Thank you.
Oh, hold on. Boomer, you said your dad had a little bit of a setback. He had a little setback, fluid overload, but he's getting there. Oh, bless you, honey. Hey, Amanda, a new member. Thank you, sweetie. Welcome, honey. Welcome to the Bennett family, if you want to call it that. I mean, yeah, anything crazy goes on here. Thank you, sweetheart. I appreciate that. Thank you, hon. Thank you, man. I appreciate that, sweetie. Thank you, Buck. I haven't told anyone. Boomer. Yeah, man. Welcome to our crew. We're a little bit crazy over here, to be honest, but yeah, I know it. She looks very pale. Oh, woo! 1 month for Yaya. Yay! 1 month membership up. Thank you, Yaya. We appreciate it, sweetheart. We really do. Thank you so much, hon. We appreciate all the support the channel gets. Thank you so much. Thank you, guys. I really appreciate it. Yeah, thank you so much. It's all everyone. I mean, everything is appreciated here. We do appreciate it. It gets a little bit crazy at times. Y'all know the way I run the ship. Almost like the Titanic in a little weird way of saying it. And that's just a
Hey,
joke.
Dr. Chopra, I have quite a few questions from the jury. Do you have an opinion on how Maya's CRPS started?
That's actually a very good question. And the answer is no, I don't know. What had happened was she was admitted, and that was before this case. She was admitted to the same hospital. She had been given very high doses of steroid for her asthma. And at that point, she developed pain in both her legs. And that was eventually diagnosed as CRPS. But we never could find out why. And that does happen in CRPS.
Hmm.
So the attorneys are aware, based on how he answered that question. I'm not going to ask the next follow-up on that.
Yes, sir.
The next question, is ketamine addictive physically or psychologically?
No, not at all. Not at all addictive.
Does ketamine cause constipation or continued use cause obstination?
No, not at all.
How do you simultaneously acknowledge this case is rare and unknown, but also answer that the treatment would have a certain outcome? What's the basis for your belief? Is it opinion or science?
I didn't understand that.
Okay. How do you simultaneously acknowledge this case is rare and unknown, but also answer that the treatment would have a certain outcome?
You mean case or the condition?
I think the question is case, but the attorneys and then the jury can follow up if I'm misunderstanding the question.
Well, I'll address both. CRPS is officially considered to be a rare condition, officially. But in reality, the incidence
wondering the
is
same thing.
actually very
Yeah,
high.
yeah.
I have it here. It's about 200,000 cases per year, and the incidence is about 7% in children per year. It's
I'm sorry
officially
for
considered
talking, guys.
rare
I mean,
because
the weather
no
was
one has
rubbish.
gotten around to, because it gets missed all the time. So people haven't been able to accurately get figures as how many people actually have CRPS and was missed. This case of where,
Her
a child developed
had,
CRPS and was accused of,
incident or injury.
parents were accused of child abuse. and then ending in a mother's suicide is actually very common.
Wow.
It is worrisome, and it is extremely common,
Mm,
more than you would think.
well,
Um,
oh, God bless
As
her.
a
Look
follow-up
at her.
to that, what's the basis for your belief? Is it opinion or science?
Science, I think.
Belief of what?
Your answer just
That's what we
immediately
just
before.
said.
Oh, no, these are all facts. It's not my
Science.
belief. It's not a rare condition, but that's my belief. It's not a rare condition, and it's a general consensus also. It's just that we haven't gotten the data going. No one has bothered to collect the data, so it's still considered a rare condition, and a lot of people want it to remain as a patients want it to remain as a rare condition because the FDA then approves drugs easily for rare conditions. So a lot of people want that. And it's not, so it's my belief is that it's not a rare condition, but the official statement is that. Any other beliefs?
Well, the next question
Oh, there's a
is,
question.
and this is going back to ketamine, are there withdrawal side effects after long-term ketamine treatments?
No, not at all. No, you can be on ketamine continuously, and it happens. You can be on ketamine. Hospitals will put a patient on ketamine infusion continuously for 10 days, and then abruptly stop it, go home, and nothing, no withdrawal at all. That's the beauty of this drug.
I believe that.
And the last question at this time from the jury, is it more common for the onset of CRPS symptoms to gradually progress or to just appear one day with excruciating pain?
No. This condition, if you don't treat it, it just keeps progressing, and eventually just keeps progressing till the patient eventually becomes bedridden, and then it's the end of it.
Wow.
It doesn't get better on its own ever.
He's a really good
Any
witness.
follow-up questions?
Yes, Doctor, part of your review, were you able to determine whether in those instances where Maya went off ketamine, such as after Dr. Kirkpatrick, and before she went to Mexico, whether she ever experienced any withdrawal symptoms?
No, you don't. You don't get withdrawal from ketamine. I mean, she came back from Mexico and she didn't have withdrawal. No, you don't get withdrawal from ketamine.
And can you tell the jury, just so that when they're back there looking, what, if it were to be withdrawal, if it was an opioid-like withdrawal, which I think is what they're thinking, what would you expect to see in her records?
Oh, she would have tremor, like any other withdrawal. She would have tremors and, what's it called? Feeling like bugs under your skin and all of those symptoms. Severe nausea, severe nausea.
All right, and it's sort of similar to alcohol or nicotine or substance, any addictive substance?
Kind of.
But ketamine, is ketamine addictive?
Not at all.
Your witness. Oh, one more. Can ketamine, have you seen in your career asthma attacks cause CRPS?
No, there's no direct correlation in that. There may be an indirect correlation, but not a direct correlation.
Boomer is asking the questions in like 3 different formats. So they
Only gonna owe you $1.
Is there a
One question, $1.
Is there a stop period? Do you have a button to push
they're asking the same
I
question
told you I
over
paid you your dollar.
in different directions.
Yeah,
So
it's quick, I promise.
the
Just to follow up on one of
jury
the
can
jury's
understand
excellent
it a
questions.
little bit better.
The side effects.
Sometimes the medical
Those include nausea,
burdens are
vomiting,
difficult.
colorful dreams, hallucinations, and headaches.
There we go, love. See?
Yes, but I need to elaborate on that. If you give someone a whole lot of ketamine suddenly. Let's say I gave you 200 milligrams of ketamine as one shot. You would have all of those. You would be seeing pink elephants flying around this room. But if you give 200 milligrams over 4 hours, you'd be fine.
Okay. So high doses of.
No,
ketamine
it's unknown.
will
Yeah,
cause
yeah,
these
yeah.
side effects. Correct.
You know,
Again, high doses of ketamine given slowly over time you probably will not see that effect.
Those are the potential side effects of ketamine.
Those are the potential, yeah.
Okay. I owe you $3.
Oh yeah, I know. And $4 there, $7 today. My day is done.
No other
Well,
questions?
members of the jury, do any of you have any further questions?
he's saying over
May
a
this
time
witness be
period
excused at
of
this time?
being an infusing that you're not going to get those side effects. But if you were given a shot, I mean, you're going to see.
I may hold him for
two
potential
judgments and all
recall later,
sorts
but
of
he
that.
may be
I
dismissed.
get it.
Okay, so sir, what that means is you're free to go today. It's possible they might ask you back. So let's not talk about our testimony with anybody except for the lawyers, okay?
Okay. He hates me.
He has a sense of
Thank
humor.
you. Thank you for being
Right.
here and have a good afternoon.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Am I supposed to leave first before
You
everyone?
can go right now.
Oh, cool.
And you might want to leave before we change our mind.
I know, because these days.
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
Can get a view just like
Members of the
an
jury,
another
let's take
payment. It can
care of a few
be like
housekeeping
another payment.
items.
It can.
That's going to be our last
You're
witness
right.
today. So I know it's only 4 o'clock and I'm sure you're really upset that we're leaving at 4 as opposed to 5. I know that there was a request earlier to kind of know
Okay,
what
but
the
mommy, no
schedule
problem,
is.
mommy.
And I will tell you, I have been discussing that with the lawyers and I should be able to tell you tomorrow what our schedule is next week. And it's
Oh,
my
okay.
intent, hopefully by the Friday of each week, to kind of give you a preview about what the following week's going to be and if we're going to have some time. When I say time off, it's really time off for the jury because there are other things that we are doing outside your presence. So when I say time off, don't assume that we're not working. I will tell you the logistics that go into a trial are extremely difficult. And before I was a judge, I was where these lawyers are. And you're balancing witnesses. They've got their own commitments and work. And that's before you even get to the life issues like, a plane, gets diverted or a delay or someone gets sick or, someone has to go to the hospital. I mean, there's just all the life issues that go on. So we kind of build into our schedule a little bit of time to account for that. The good thing for you right this second is we are a little bit ahead of our schedule. So
Okay.
I'm constantly discussing with the lawyers, usually it's outside your presence, where we are, what witnesses we have going on. And the lawyers on both sides are working very hard to coordinate
No. Yeah.
what witnesses are going to be here. So everybody knows when you walk through the door that we are asking witnesses questions and everyone is prepared. And so, the lawyers have done a very good job on both sides to do that. So I know that there is a desire for a schedule and I will accommodate as best we can. Understand also that there are issues that sometimes crop up that, what will I know tomorrow might not be the same as what I know next Wednesday. And so I will do my best each Friday, if not before then, to kind of give you what the following week's preview is. Is that level of frequency sufficient for you all, or do I need to have a more rapid? Okay, I promise you that I will do that. And I do see, sure.
It would be nice if we knew that, you would be needed here or whatever.
I didn't do you want to watch it? I don't know if I should go
Well,
back to that.
I can tell you right this second that next Friday in
The
the
guy didn't
afternoon,
testify yet, did he?
we're not going to be here. Whether we're here the whole day, or sorry, the morning or not, I don't yet know. I hear your point. There might be a day or two that I can give you this far out, but it's not going to be, but maybe a day or two. I'll talk with the lawyers about that. But I just, yeah, I'll get back to you on that, but I don't think there's, but maybe a day or two that I'm going to be able to tell you tomorrow, hey, on October, blah, 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 we're not going to be here. So, but I will do my best. Anything else on that issue? Okay. Tomorrow, we will be here again, and tomorrow is Friday. So do not discuss this case amongst yourselves. Do not do any investigation, receive no information. And based on my new questions, also please make sure that you're not observing any sort of media reports about this case. With that, have a good afternoon, and we'll see you tomorrow at the rallying point at the same time.
Okay. I don't know whether to rewind it back a bit. Because we came in pretty late. We go to the starting. I was kind of doing a little bit upside down here, but we're going to do it that way. I can't go watch it on Court TV. Yeah, I've just went back to the start now at this point. Because we missed it, obviously. You know, I was looking for it all day and then I couldn't find it.
Shapiro, Pat Crowell's, David Hughes, and I believe.
So we've seen the ending part of it.
Venue
So we're going back to the start a little bit now. I'm sorry for this, guys.
Very much.
But, you know, it is the way it is.
Oh, I'm sorry, I beg your pardon, Your Honor. Like, our corporate representative today is Dr. Richard Elliott.
Of course, when we see, so I've seen the familiar parts, we're going to.
Provided
put
an
it there.
exhibit list. Did you all want to go over that at this point, or are there other issues we need to address?
Yeah, okay, Judge, on the list, the one that says 9/28/2023, the only ones I think we have left, well, I can't say that. 2065, you'll see Dr. Chopra's bill for evaluation of my exception to hearsay. There's
Yeah,
no
okay.
requirement of
When we start seeing familiar parts, we cut it.
therefore, so we don't need.
I've looked for it all day, to be honest.
Its relevance is under our
Um,
theory that all of these damages after October
Right, back in 1 minute. It's going to go back to.
are relevant and
So I'm gonna
material
leave that
and
wrong.
damages. So that goes to causation, but I don't believe it's a basis for exclusion. Would you like to go through this sequentially or?
I want to deal with exhibits to the extent that we need to deal with exhibits.
Yes, sir. Well, I can
Would
just.
you like a
say
response to that?
Well, what is his bill? What's it for?
It's for his examination of Maya Kowalski
During what time?
during the shelter action.
And after discharge.
Well, yes, and after discharge, he saw her again. The one after, Anything
He wasn't
from
a
this
treating
case.
physician or a treating doctor, was he?
he was an examining physician listed here as a non-retained, well, I'm not sure, but he's listed as an expert here. He was not a treating physician in the traditional sense of the word. There's an order, which is the next one down there, amended order authorizing examination of child by Pradeep Chopra. And if the court reviews the order, I believe it'll clarify why we want this in, because the court requested in the shelter action that a doctor be proposed in order to give some clarity. The judge also ordered that the Kowalskis are to pay for it and the travel costs. But the fact is that Dr. Chopra was not chosen by the Kowalskis, not even suggested by the Kowalskis. And so we wanted to put the order in, and we believe the bill for the evaluation of Maya that they had to go through because of Johns Hopkins malpractice
in misidentifying this and then mistreating it is relevant material.
Judge, it was an
Yeah, that's
examination
weird.
ordered in the dependency
Yeah,
action
we
for the
know.
dependency action.
It's
So
just,
again, say the bill is
from
not
here,
valid.
we can, don't have to
Where's the
send
answer?
you
I don't understand their objection.
to be.
Well, I don't understand why you're trying to move it in.
That's
if,
okay, yeah, I have
it's-
nothing to do, I'm wide
If he's
awake.
not a treating physician of
I'm wide awake,
Maya
Buckeye.
Kowalski.
Well, Judge, virtually anything under our
He's
theory
already
of the
here
medical
right now.
malpractice action, virtually
Oh.
anything after the date that we are allowed to raise the issue, any expenses that they had at that point, in our point of view, are damages, because they should have never had to go through any of this. And as a result, having to pay for Dr. Chopra by court order in that action is a damage. That's why we believe it to be relevant.
What about Chapter 39 immunity? And you're seeking damages for an expense that occurred in dependency action. I don't see how that's relevant to this case at this point in time. So I'm going to sustain the objection relative to 2065.
All right, the next one is the amended order authorizing examination of Dr. Chopra, and that is, of course, a public record.
Can someone show it to me, please?
Yes. I think I've got it. That's the amended 2076.
Hey, Blondie, welcome in, sweetheart.
Next page. So why are we trying to put this order in?
The defense is trying to portray the doctor as simply a hired gun, that he was chosen by the Kowalskis to serve as an expert witness in the case. That is not true. That is not the case at all. He was suggested, and he still doesn't know, and I'm not sure who suggested him. I assume it was Hannah Kirkpatrick or someone else of the doctors, but it wasn't us. And so if they are going to raise, as they appear to, the idea that he is a hired gun, hired by us for no other purpose in the underlying action than to be an expert witness, that's simply not true. As the court can read the order, there was a concern, and the doctor can explain this, there was a concern about the differing sides. The court wanted the parties to suggest a real expert, a true expert, not that ours aren't, but an independent expert that had nothing to do with this and was not going to be contacting the parties. They were simply going to send records, and then he was going to do an examination of at Brown University. And that's what happened. And so I want to establish here, in terms of his credibility, is relevant and material to establish the means and reason for his retention, so that there's no attempt to impeach him or somehow cross-examine on a point that, according to the order, is simply not true, that he is a hired gun.
Email from Beata Kowalski to Dr. Kirkpatrick dated November 17th, 2016. Quote, do you have any contact with Dr. Chopra in Rhode Island? I'd like him to be the, quote, unbiased CRP expert, unquote. It was absolutely Beata Kowalski that emailed Dr. Kirkpatrick suggesting Dr. Chopra be the, quote, unbiased CRPS expert, unquote. If they're going to suggest it, I'm going to impeach him with this email. It's just not true. Beata found it and suggested it. I've got the email. I'm happy to approach with it if you can see.
Well, perhaps the better course here is to wait and see what actually happens before, if the hospital starts contending, then we can talk about it. But it sounds like that email then is also going to come in as well. So why don't we not for now, but if the circumstances warrant it, then we can address it at that time.
So then upon redirect, I guess, would be time to discuss it, and I will not raise it in my direct examination. All right, so the next one, 2408, 1711 to 1712, the defendants have been gracious enough to withdraw their objection to that. This is a photograph of the next witness, Rachel P. Young.
Okay, so I'm sorry, what's coming in at this point?
2408-1711 to 1712.
So defense, you've agreed to those 2 pages?
Yes, sir.
Okay, the court receives 2408-1711 and 2408-1712. What's next?
2528-008, photo of Jack Kowalski as
Okay,
a
so
fire
every place that says yes, am I supposed to go ahead and just admit them at this time?
That would be great.
We're saying that we have no objection to them being admitted, Judge. We do have some concerns that we raised to some. So it was hard to do. We're not objecting to them being in evidence, but we had some concerns about them being published to the jury without context, and we mentioned that when we noted it.
Okay, well, for those that I see that are clean, I'm going to go ahead and admit
Understood.
them. So at this time, the court's going to admit Exhibit 2528, pages 8, 14, 21, 24, 37, 45, 70, 102, 115, 124, 129. With respect to Exhibit 2529, pages 5, 19, 26, 35, 39, 42, 69. With respect to Exhibit 2530, pages 43, 46, 61. With respect to Exhibit 2532, the court will receive page 1, page 26, page 39, with respect to Exhibit 2571, page 30. And the court will also receive Exhibit 250, sorry, strike that. The court will receive Exhibit 2705. I think those were all that were clean. What's next? We lost Mr. Anderson.
Just make sure my expert.
Well, that's her brother there. This guy here. I'll show you my card here. That's her brother. Now, if you take a look at her,
Explain the objection to.
she is as pale as, you know.
Sure, are we on
That's what that is.
2529-058 or is this?
041, I think is the first.
And what is that?
2529041. Because it's the same comment for all of them. Judge, really my concern is I didn't know what the court's intention was with respect to when the.
Now, look, when you
exhibits
look
go
at the
back to
brother, right?
jury, are they gonna
Yeah.
get this detailed list?
I know they
And
won't
that-
go
they're not-
hard.
The jury's
Look
not
how-
getting this
look how
description,
unwell she
we don't
looks.
care. But if this is
She's
the
really
description
white,
that's going back
you
to
know.
the jury, then we do.
Refraid,
Well,
you know. Just observation in my book.
normally we don't send back a table of contents. What I would suggest is when we are getting to the point of getting ready to send the case to the jury. Then I'm going to have the lawyers work with the clerk's office, because if we're only entering certain exhibits, we're going to have to be very clear what is in. And then perhaps what we could do is create a clean exhibit table for the jury.
I think they'll need one, Judge, I'm not disputing that.
But the ones that we've been working on would not, in my mind, ever go back, because there's lots of commentary on them that are not appropriate for the jury.
That was my concern.
So,
So if this description is not going back to the jury, then we'll remove the objection to description.
okay, so the court at this point will also receive Exhibit 2529, page 41, 48,
I think you meant
61.
58, Judge.
I'm sorry?
You said 48, I think you meant 58.
Oh, I apologize, not 48, 58. So it's 2529, page 41, page 58, page 61. The court will also receive Exhibit 2571, pages 1 and 26, page 40, page 53. Court will also receive Exhibit 2604.
Okay, just gone. Well, we went back a bit
Can I-
because we came on
Judge,
late.
Briefly,
We kind of went
my
back a bit.
understanding is that you took care of the issue of 2603.
So I can receive 2603 at this time?
That's my understanding. They gave them ones with it right out.
Well, meaning they gave to the clerk.
Yes, sir, sorry.
So court will also receive Exhibit 2603. That takes us now to, I guess there's an issue with 2703.
Well, Judge, again, we're not objecting to them being admitted. Our concern, and we wanted to just address it with the court, if they're admitted, does that mean then they can just go publish it to the jury? We're concerned that things will be published to the jury without context, and they're just going to play some videos for the jury. So that was the discussion. I didn't know what the court's
And
ruling on that is.
2703 has to do with the 41 hours EEG room issue.
Oh, yes, they're all clips from that time she was in the EEG.
It's 41 to 42 hours long. And we didn't want to subject the jury to that and just sit here and watch the entire thing. So we picked out the clips, and the defense has picked out some clips as well that they would like to show as exemplars of what can be seen in there. The jury will have it back in the jury room, can view it to their heart's content, but I really don't think that it is appropriate or
Her issue just is when you are publishing it to the jury, as my understanding. You want to do it in context, maybe with a witness or.
Right, that's what I'm saying, Judge. So as opposed to just playing it, the jury, and then replaying it again, and then commenting it again. That was our concern.
I can suggest, we're going to use it with Dr. Chopra, who's our second witness, and he's familiar with the tape. So what we'd like to do, if the court needs to do the instruction on video or photographic evidence, fine, but this is just simply me explaining in my question where it's from. Are you familiar with it? Yes, I am. We show it, and then I ask him, what if anything is significant about that?
Judge, I guess we'll deal with it at the time. I just don't know if it's relevant to Dr. Chopra's testimony.
Well, I'll go ahead and receive them, and then we can discuss publishing. But right now, it sounds like it might be logical to publish it or pieces of it at this time. So I will receive Exhibit 2703, Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, and Delta.
Judge, if I could inquire one matter about that, is it counsel's intention to publish all of the, I'm going to call them grabs from the surveillance video, both the ones they like and the ones we like, or just the ones they like?
Mine are, I don't think it's a question of one likes or the other likes. It's the same evidence. These are the ones that we chose as most appropriate for this witness to comment on, as he's an expert in this particular disorder disease. And so these are the ones that best exemplify what he'll be commenting on. If they want to put on something in their cross or whatever they want to do in their case.
I think council's answered my question.
I'm so sorry.
I believe council has answered my question.
Thank you. Does that deal with the exhibits, at least to the extent we can deal with them at this point?
Yes, sir.
What's
There is-
next?
There is one more, Your Honor. And discuss this with council. It's exhibit 2116-001. It is not on the list provided to the court. We discussed this briefly this morning. It's the text messages between Aladis and Sally Smith.
How many pages is this?
It's about, let's see, it goes from 2489 to 24.
It's 10 pages, Your Honor.
Judge, we would need some time to look at this. I mean, they didn't tell us about this yesterday.
Yeah, but we're not going to deal with that until they've had an opportunity to look at it. So that takes care of the exhibits for now. What's the next issue we need to address?
Your Honor, we briefly discuss deposition designations. Only to the extent that
Is it important for this morning?
it's important for next week, so.
So we can do it this afternoon.
Yes, Your Honor.
What's next?
Judge, I have one other issue I can wait till we break this afternoon.
I've got 10 minutes before I'm bringing the jury in. So is it something we need to address right now?
The one thing I would bring up, Judge, we provided your Honor's office with a tape of counsel giving an interview to Court TV on a couple of occasions in the last couple of days. I'd like to address the entire matter when we have more than 10 minutes, but the immediate concern that we've got is the question of the court's inquiry when the jury arrives. The court's been very diligent in inquiring whether they've spoken with each other or gathered outside information. We'd like for that inquiry to include whether they have been approached by others, and if so, whether they have brought that matter to the attention of the court deputy. Because of the nature of the comments made by counsel during the trial, we're concerned that the jury may be approached by someone who they know and who knows they're on the jury and given information or given implications that may affect their deliberations or affect their attitude regarding the case going forward.
This goes back quite a while. The court may recall the defendant's chief counsel, as I understand it, trial counsel in any event, had a series of comments in the Daily Mail, which was then picked up. This was the Daily Mail of, it says 1st of July, 2023. And in it, they reveal on the headline is, Maya Kowalski's mom, Beata, was fraudulently writing prescriptions for her daughter and faced charges before she killed herself. Florida hospital. And the court then had ruled, or was going to rule, eventually ruled, that there was no basis whatsoever. And we've informed the other side about this. So I don't know what counsel is worried about with this. I did give a comment to Court TV, but I in no way brought up any facts, whether in this case or outside of the jury's purview. And so my comments were limited to how's it going.
What I hear Mr. Hunter asking for is he wants me, when I'm asking, my normal questions in the morning, he also wants me to ask if any of the jurors have been approached by anyone about this case. And maybe perhaps have you seen any media reports about this case?
That's correct, Your Honor.
And that's just a standard, would become a standard question or questions.
I don't think there's any problem with that. I don't believe that jury in any event is big one for Court TV. No offense to Court TV, but that was a joke.
Well, then it sounds like there's no objection from either side for me to ask the standard, to include in my standard, have you been approached by anyone about the case? And have you seen any media reporting on the case? Okay, what's next?
That's it for now. We would like to bring this up after we're through today, but that's covers us for now.
Judge, I have one thing.
All right.
I'm sorry.
Ms. Crowell's went first, and then Mr. Anderson, you'll come second.
Recall, wait,
So on Tuesday.
last time we were at trial, that the comment came in through, Mr. Whitney's question.
What witness are we talking about?
I'm sorry, Duncan, thank you.
Dr. Duncan, okay.
Dr. Duncan. The question he started, and then the court sustained objection, was if the record shows that MK did complain to the doctors at the hospital of physical and sexual abuse on multiple occasions. We stood up, we objected, the court sustained our objection and instructed the jury to disregard. We think that more needs to be done because frankly, I just heard the word sexual, I didn't even pick up the whole thing, but I read it, it made me more concerned. And we think that the court should instruct the jury that there are no claims for sexual abuse by the Kowalskis. Because this statement is that she complained to the doctors of physical and sexual abuse on multiple occasions. And at this point, the jury may think, well, that maybe they just ought to be allowed to hear about it.
I think this is a conversation more than the 5 minutes we have
Okay.
left.
Understood.
Maybe we can address that this afternoon.
And thank you.
Mr. Anderson.
Judge, we have a PowerPoint. We sent it over to both the court and defense counsel. It has 3 pictures in it, and it essentially simply has a title and then exactly, we basically told them all of his direct examination, and I would think they'd be thanking us. But now they object to it. And so, for instance, if the court's got it here, there's one that says,
I have no idea what you're talking about. Can you put up whatever you're talking about?
sure.
Judge, I would point out this is for the second witness.
But Dr. Chopra is the second witness, right?
Yes, he's coming right up.
And the first witness is quick-ish.
Yeah, I hope so. Rachel Dion, who's a physical therapist. You can show him the court. Go to the 3rd page, signs and symptoms of CRPS. Or the next page.
Why are we doing a PowerPoint in questioning?
Because it allows the jury in a case where the timing and the particular topic raised are important to make clear, so that the jury understands the different parts of the testimony and they can read as well as hear what's going on. And so it is simply an aid in a complex case involving complex medical terminology so that they can better understand what's being talked about up there. I cannot see any prejudice to them, the other side, because again, they've been given this and he's going to testify virtually identically to this. And so that is a purpose in our understanding, Judge, of a demonstrative aid, is to assist the jury.
Mr. Shapiro.
My objection is not, there are some pictures in there that could be demonstrative aids. My objection is the language. I mean, the first page is him and his credentials, and then he basically is just writing out his testimony. He's welcome to testify to this. Words are not demonstrative aids. We object to the wording in it. If there's a picture that they want to lay a predicate on a demonstrative aid, they're welcome to. I object to all the language.
Here's my thought. Before technology, the old chalkboard,
Not that
people
big.
would, during the witness would say something and the lawyer would write it on the chalkboard. That concept doesn't offend me. The concern I have is you have language already written out and the witness hasn't said these things yet. So I don't care if you want to use, as he's testifying, you write out something that is displayed to the jury, but I don't think it's appropriate to have his testimony written ahead of time and then he just reads off the PowerPoint slide.
He has a great deal more to say on each one of these topics, Judge, that he prepared this, not me. So this is not a situation where counsel is coming up with directions for the witness to testify. These are simply points to remind the witness and to orient the jury. And the other thing I would remind the court is, if there's any doubt in the court's mind, we reserve a little bit of leeway because on opening statements, they were allowed to give, I grant you there's some difference between opening statement and witness. However, they were allowed to use a demonstrative aid that had pure argument in it with graphs overlapping and statistics and things like that. That's not appropriate for opening. We objected at that time, the court overruled it. So in our point of view, if in the future we can't use demonstrative aids like this with witnesses, fine. But we spent a whole lot of time with this one.
I am, again, if when the witness says something, if you want to write it down on a technology and broadcast, that's fine, but it's not appropriate to broadcast what he's going to say before he says it. I don't know how else to explain it.
Then is it appropriate, because my handwriting is so poor and it will take forever to write these things up there, for the witness
The
to
gentleman
testify?
behind you, and I'm sorry, I keep forgetting your name.
Dan Rice.
Mr. Rice. If he, I'm sure, can type, and I'm sure that his typing skills are sufficient that the jury will be able to read it, if that's the way you want to go.
I agree to do it that way.
Hey, Pat, how you doing,
If you want to
sweetie?
use the overhead projector
Good
and
evening,
handwrite
Pat.
it, you can do that as well, if you want to, but you can't broadcast this testimony and then have him testify from it.
What I was hoping to do is have him testify and then bring it up.
If he has testified to it, that's fine. But you can't broadcast it before he's testified.
Agreed, Judge. Agreed. We'll stay on this last slide before he finishes that area. Then we'll bring it up. If they have an objection, they can make it.
Okay, we're at 9:00 and I see Mr. Altenburn trying to get my attention as well.
I'll be very, very brief. On the motion in limine yesterday about the 2015 material, Mr. Anderson promised he wouldn't bring it up, and I appreciate that. It occurred to me when I realized Dr. Chopra was the witness, that if we're not giving curative instruction to the jury, that maybe a doctor that wants to talk about the 2015 to 2016 period needs to be clear that they're not volunteer information that's standard of care or criticism.
I'm
The period between 2015.
just doing some packing tonight. I got to move to book Saturday, Sunday, tonight, night, and
As it is right now,
start living in the
I
acting
think
house.
we're okay
What
waiting.
passed? I'm so you're
today.
before
If it starts
you're before
to
me.
look like
I'm
that's
so happy
what's
for you.
happening,
I really
then
am. God bless you and your family.
I'm sure someone's going to stand up and object.
Very
and then
happy
we
for
can
you. I had a feeling you were
possibly
going to go before me,
write
but
a
you
curative
know,
at that point in time.
you're making me jealous
But
now.
I'm taking Mr. Anderson at his word that that's
Yeah.
not going to happen.
My questions will
I'm
not
really
be
happy for
addressed
you,
today,
Pat.
other than obviously
Congratulations to you and
predicate
your family.
2016.
Okay. Anything else before we bring in the jury?
I don't believe so, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
Let's bring in the jury.
I know, but y'all to move, but I will still be here for you, y'all. Thank you. Pat, you're welcome. I'm so happy for you, and your child, and your family, and all that. Really, I am. God, I wish I knew you were in front of me. I knew that. I had a feeling, but you know, I'm really happy for you and your family, and you know, God bless, and you know, I wish you the best of everything in your new property, honestly. As much as I'm going to go forward myself, you know, in time, which it'll only take time. I'll be going forward too, and you're going forward. God bless you and your family.
Everyone, please be seated. Members of the jury, I want to confirm Watch yourselves, you did no investigation, you received no information. Is that all correct? Okay. Was there a?
No, I'm good.
Okay. I'm also going, I understand. I'm going to now ask you what will become standard questions as well. I want to ask you, have anyone approached any of you about this case at any time since you become a member of the jury? Has anyone, and have any of you seen any media reporting concerning this case since you've become a juror? Okay, thank you very much. Those will become standard questions during the days. Mr. Anderson, Mr. Whitney, who's Mr. Anderson?
Rachel Dion, plaintiff calls Rachel Dion.
Susan moving day is coming soon. Yeah, past it is. It's coming soon. It's around the corner. You know, I knew you were going to go before me, actually. Strangely enough, but you know. And I just want to wish you the best of luck in your new home, and God bless you and your family, you know. I hope you have happier days. Look, yeah, I guess, yeah, well, you know, it is what it is. I'm happy for you. You know, I love to see people go forward all the time.
Good morning, Mr. Anderson.
Please state your
Oh,
name for
thanks,
the
you're
record.
welcome.
Rachel
You're
Dion,
very
And
welcome.
where do you live, Ms. Dion?
Venice, Florida.
And have you been called here as one of the physical therapists that worked with Maya Kowalski both before and after her visit to Johns Hopkins from October of 2016 to January of 2017?
Yes.
And I want the jury to know a little bit about you. Are you from here?
Yes, from here. I've lived here about 30 years.
And where'd you go to school?
I went to Florida Gulf Coast University for my bachelor's and then Kaiser University for the physical therapist assistant license.
And what did you study? What was that for the physical therapy, or was there other?
I studied for my
Well,
bachelor's. I have it in
that's for,
exercise science.
Uh-huh.
I did 4 years
Only
of
in
that.
day 4, to be
And then
honest. It's
Kaiser
gonna
was
be
just focused solely on the physical
7
therapy
weeks.
license.
So
And
we're
then
pretty at
when
the
were you
start right
first
now, you know.
licensed?
But
July
they're showing
2016.
a lot of credible stuff.
And incidentally, was that one of the first days that you saw Maya Kowalski?
Yes.
I think, in my opinion,
And so
my opinion only,
you have been
this
then
is kind of, I think they have it. You know what I
a
mean? That's
physical
my
therapist
opinion,
for some
but
7 years.
I
Is
could
that
be
right?
wrong.
Correct.
I don't think I am,
And-
but you know.
In your career, have you had pediatric patients from time to time?
When I was a student, we worked with some pediatric. Yes.
As your profession progressed, did there come a time then that you were working more with older people?
Yes. Yeah. Being the demographic in the Venice and Sarasota County area, it gets a little older.
Okay. All right. And through the course of this, have you continued to keep yourself apprised of any innovations, new techniques, and for lack of a better term, the latest news in physical therapy techniques?
Sometimes they do.
Yes.
So,
Actually, now
well,
this is the year we need to
right.
renew our
We'll
license. So we're in
definitely.
continuing education courses
Actually,
now.
the judge said they were
But
ahead.
yes, I do those every 2
They were
years.
ahead of schedule.
And
So,
so where do you
yeah.
work?
I work for a home health care company called Patients First Home Care.
but then
How
you
long have you
just
worked
don't
for
know. You know.
It just opened up, under a year.
Okay. And then prior to
I
that, where
judge
did
said
you
they
work?
were ahead.
I worked at Aviana. It used to be Doctor's Choice Home Health Care. And then before that was Agility Physical Therapy.
And how long did you work at Agility Physical Therapy?
I did many positions before I started working as a licensed therapist there. So the time blends. But I think as a physical therapist, I worked for a year.
Had you had a number of pediatric patients, pain patients, or, well, physical therapy patients prior to Maya Kowalski?
At Agility, we got a lot of students in soccer injuries, so I was used to working with children.
Right. And in working with children, how important is it from your experience that they trust the physical therapist?
I see a lot of when therapists interact and go by their emotions and not be too aggressive too quickly, that they respond better.
And so is the point then to make sure that the patient trusts you and knows you're not going to hurt them?
Exactly.
And have you found that that approach generally brings better results with the patients?
Absolutely, yes.
All right. So the first time, and I think we can bring up, that's the last appointment. Where's my first appointment? All right. Can we bring up then Joint Exhibit 1028-0023? And for the record, this is an Agility Physical Therapy and Sports Performance daily note billing sheet for July 29th, 2016, the day you got your license, I guess.
The other day after.
All right. So this is going to go back to the jury. This is in evidence, Your Honor. This will go back to the jury, but I wanted to take you through a few of these so that the jury had the breadth of what we were doing. Can you explain a little bit about these different areas here on the first and second page and what they mean?
Okay, so we have the assessment, which is basically how the patient is presenting, what they're feeling, how we're viewing their ability to stand, their strength. So we're looking at also her range of motion, what can be performed with pain, without pain, if there are any deficits in her strength and range of motion, and what we need to focus on first. And those would be, our short-term goals that could be achieved in 4 weeks, 6 weeks, and then the long-term goals, which is much farther out at 12 weeks.
And then how did Maya Kowalski present to you on this day? How'd she look? How was she doing?
She looked very thin.
Mhm.
Her heel cords with the Achilles, her calf muscles, very, very tight. So toes were always down, very, very sensitive to leg touching, skin mostly everywhere, very hypersensitive, but definitely on the legs and feet for sure.
If you're aware, was this after the trip to Mexico and the ketamine infusions there?
Yes.
And was this after the series of infusions from Dr. Hannah she received over the course of the spring and summer?
Yes.
And so tell us what you did that day and your assessment as you worked through it with Maya.
She tried very hard to do all of the testing, even though it was very painful. She wanted to have the most accurate test results with this first visit. That way we can plan our plan of care accordingly.
Did she appear interested in getting well?
Absolutely. Very, very, very committed.
Right. And what could you do and not do at this point, noting this is approximately, and for the record, this is approximately a month or so before she went in on October 7th to Johns Hopkins?
She was sitting up pretty well. In the very beginning, she needs some support with sitting, but eventually we worked to unsupported sitting. Her trunk and core were getting very strong, and eventually it led to upper arm strength. And that helped her a lot with sitting without her back supported, without any pillows on the side to prevent her from falling over.
Did you, was she still in a wheelchair? She still arrived in a wheelchair?
Yes.
And through the course of your treatments there, prior to the visit to Johns Hopkins, did she make progress?
Oh yes, prior to John, yeah. We made a lot of progress together, and I was very hopeful at the time because the infusions were going pretty well. You know, she would still have her bad days and struggle, but she was very hopeful and very committed to what she was doing and tried absolutely every exercise I would throw at her.
And based upon what you saw, and again, these will be in evidence, but did it appear to you that Maya was getting close to getting out of that wheelchair?
Yeah, yes.
And was Maya excited in this end of the summer, beginning of the fall to get out of that wheelchair?
Very much so.
Did she like being in that wheelchair?
No.
Okay. And you were aware at this time that Maya had been receiving different treatments for, well, first, were you aware that she had CRPS?
Absolutely, yes.
Were you familiar with the symptoms of CRPS?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury whether Maya's symptoms, as you observed them, appeared consistent with your knowledge of
That's all I
CRPS?
know.
Absolutely.
What did you know?
The hypersensitivity in the skin, hers was a very severe case as it was global, meaning that it was in the arms, legs, trunk. So she would wear shorts a lot because she could not even tolerate any fabric on her legs. Sometimes there might be a little lesion on the thigh, pale coloring, cold skin, and grimacing a lot because any sort of movement is very, very painful.
Was she the type of child that would, leaving aside the CRPS supersensitivity, but was she the type of child that would, well, lack of a better term, scream bloody murder if it started hurting, or was she the type of child that was quieter and more stoic about it?
She definitely tried to be stoic as possible. Never screaming, a couple times it would have gotten bad enough, maybe tears in her eyes, but never screaming, never crying. I would never get her to that point, however.
And can you explain have you worked with chronic pain patients who are not receiving pain medication at the time they're going through it?
I have not met anyone not receiving pain medication going through CRPS.
But leaving aside CRPS, have you had experience with people trying to make it through physical therapy without any assistance for the pain?
I've had patients try to do it, and they can't tolerate it.
Does the pain inhibit the ability to perform certain of these exercises?
Absolutely. Anything from brushing your hair, washing your hair, rotating around to wipe yourself for the toilet, getting in and out of bed, those things.
Did you receive some medical records upon referral over to Agility Fitness?
Yes.
And I don't have them here in front of me. If you can recall, what did you receive?
From Dr. Hanna, about what his treatment was for her, what he wanted us to avoid as therapists, certain techniques that could make her condition worse.
Okay. Let me show you then what has been previously marked into evidence as 2793 and also 2794 right after it. And for the record, 2793 is a photograph, and then 2794 is an email, and I add 2794 to orient you as to the date of this photo. I'm sorry, it's 2408. God, these 2408 1712 and 2408 1711. Now, is that you there?
Yes, that's me kneeling down in front of Maya, getting her strapped in. If you guys aren't familiar with what this is, there's a thick cord and it's attached to a railing system that goes around. So if someone is not able to tolerate or stand up strong enough with their legs, with their full body weight, we can kind of adjust it, lift it up, almost like they would kind of be up on their tiptoes to try to associate what it would feel like to have your feet on the floor without all of your weight pressing down on it, to try to slowly introduce that to her body and to the bottom of her feet especially.
So at this time in September, well, September 23rd, 2016, can you tell the jury looking at this whether Maya was going to be capable of getting out of that wheelchair and walking on crutches soon?
Yes, as you can see, we loosened her heel cords quite a bit, her Achilles. So if your calf muscles are so tight, your feet will mimic walking on high heels without any shoes on. So we were working on getting her heel as close to the floor as possible to get her feet flat, but you could see that right foot is still wanting to turn in and point a little bit because there was some tightness and definitely a lot of pain.
So what was her dystonia? Did her dystonia, that is the turning in of the feet, improve as you worked with her through the end of the summer?
Yes, we were doing a lot of gentle stretching, and she was doing some of that at home.
Now, I noticed on her legs there are pretty thin. At this point, from the beginning, when you first started to work with her up until she went into Johns Hopkins, can you tell the jury whether Maya was putting on any muscle mass on her legs?
Yes, her thighs were getting stronger. You could start to see the tone in her thighs as we were progressing.
And as she did better, can you tell the jury about her mood? Did her mood improve?
Yes, she was much happier coming in, looking forward to the treatment. Even though it was very taxing, painful, she was getting some results out of it. And that's very motivating as a patient to keep trying. Even though it's hurting, it's worth it.
And in your time when you had a lot of adolescent and pediatric patients, did you have any parents that demanded to be with the child every minute to more or less control the situation?
No.
And with Beata Kowalski, can they tell the jury if it was true with her as well, that whether she was usual behavior or whether she was a normal parent?
Absolutely normal. Of course, in the beginning, both parents wanted a little rundown of what we were going to be doing with her, as they should. And they felt very confident and comfortable. And after that, I just saw Jack, and he would just hang out in the waiting room. And if Maya needed to look at him to see his big smile, he would have it. And if he saw us doing something really cool like this, he would snap a picture. And it was really good.
All right. Let's see if we need to skip ahead here. All right, so let's jump ahead then to, I want to get the last one before, so pardon me for a moment here. Let's find the last one. There's 927. I did have these marked, but. All right. Let's turn to, if we can, Joint Exhibit 1028-009 for the record. This is a daily note and billing sheet dated September 27th, 2016, and depending on whether September has 30 or 31 days, I think 30, then this would be approximately 10 days before she went into Johns Hopkins. Was this the last visit with her?
I believe so, yes.
And so tell us again, right before she went in.
What's the zip number?
Exhibit number one, yeah, it's got it marked here, 1028-0090.
I have that up.
Okay. Well, that's it. Now, 927. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's it. Okay. Well, we've got it up. So I'd like you to review this, and then in a moment we'll turn to the second page. And So you've got there the, under current complaints and prior levels of function, current functional, all of that. Are these aspirations? In other words, what you're trying to get the child to do?
Yes, this is the goal, her
Okay.
goals.
So where it says, for instance, maintaining body position and remaining standing, is that an indication that she was actually doing it, or that was the goal to do it?
That was the goal that we set up, to get those muscles stronger to eventually be able to achieve those goals.
Let's look at the next page, 1028-0091. And it's the second page of this. And tell the jury what's going on here.
These are all the exercises we would do, but the deferred today is what we avoided. So instead of me erasing all of that, I would just kind of grab it and see what I did last time and how she responded to it, if there was anything I needed to remember. But as you can see, she was doing some tall kneeling balance. So that means she is on her knees, you know, not her butt resting on her heels, kneeling and able to control her trunk.
So that means she could kneel up on the bed.
Yeah.
And if there's a video later of my kneeling up on the bed, she had gained that much strength to be able to do it.
Yes, and a bed is difficult because it's soft. So there's a lot of give, and your core needs to engage to avoid falling side to side.
Okay. Now, there has been some testimony here about Maya sitting what has been referred to as crisscross applesauce. Have you seen children, patients of yours or others that sit in this position? And can you explain to the jury why?
This position provides some relief on our low back. That's why we have a tendency to cross our legs when we sit. It kind of gives relief on the pelvis where it meets the low back, providing some muscular relief from pain, especially if you're uncomfortable. I've known a lot of adults do it as well as children.
Is this generally well known among physical therapists that sitting crisscross applesauce is not an indication of the child is doing wonderful, but more an indication the child has low back, upper leg pain?
Absolutely. Yes, she was just trying to get comfortable.
Okay. All right. And so completing this here, she has, turning to the third page, she still has some, what does it say, diminished AROM? Maybe you can help the jury with some of these acronyms.
The AROM is active range of motion. So what she can do on her own, she can physically take her arm and lift it. No one else is taking it and lifting it for her. LE is lower extremities. So that's your legs. And UE is upper extremity, your arms.
All right. So as of this date, were you feeling positive or negative about Maya getting out of that wheelchair and returning to a semi-normal life?
Yeah.
Very much so. That was very helpful. We were going strong, and she was doing very well. The kneeling was the big next hurdle, and she was doing that excellent. She had her core strength improving, her trunk control. She was doing very well.
All right. And so I'm looking for over the course of the rest of the year, did you see Maya? Did you see her? When was the first time you saw her, if you recall?
When she came back after after she was in the hospital.
Okay. And I have a feeling there's one before this. I'm sure someone will point it out, but I'd like to take you to Joint Exhibit 1028-0093, which for the record is that billing sheet 01, so January 17th, 2017. Let the record reflect that Maya was discharged from the hospital on January 14th, 2017, approximately, 3 or 4 days before. So this is your first time seeing her back?
Yes, and this will show just how motivated she was. You know, a lot of us would have probably wanted to take a lot more time off, but she was in there days after everything she went through.
Threw herself into it.
Absolutely, she's very committed.
But tell the jury about the difference in physical condition as you saw it from a physical therapist's point of view from the last time you saw her before she went into Johns Hopkins and as she literally had just come out of Johns Hopkins.
She seemed much thinner than the last time I saw her, especially her legs. There was a couple abrasions on the thighs. Her pain was through the roof, very distant, very difficult to communicate with at the beginning because she doesn't, she's fearful of opening up, fearful of the consequences.
And so, did you notice whether her dystonia had returned or not?
Yes, it was worse. Although the stretching that we did for her calf muscles, Achilles, the heel cord, tightened up again, maybe even a little bit worse than when we first started.
Okay. And so on the pain scale there, I see partly down, she's describing worst 8, best 5, current 7. Orient the jury to what that means.
So that's the pain scale. 0 out of 10 means you have no pain at all. 10 means that you can punch your injury and it won't hurt any more than it already is. So 8 out of 10 is very high.
So at 5, was this a good day for Maya?
I would say that was about medium.
Okay. All right. And what else can you tell us about Maya's upper body? Did she need assistance to stay upright in the wheelchair?
Yes, she was slouched to the side. So you need pillows to support. Otherwise you risk, skin breakdown. So Jack was very good about making sure she was turning, that she was offloading those bony prominences on the side of the wheelchair because she was also very, very skinny, much skinnier than when I last saw her.
How about the circumference of her thighs and then calves? Had it increased or decreased?
Decreased.
Significantly or just a little bit?
I would say moderately.
All right. And in terms of range of motion, did you find that she had diminished in terms of her ability to move?
Yes. Before I saw her, she had deltoids that we would all be jealous of. Her shoulder muscles were so defined and she was so strong. She could walk on her hands probably if she wanted to. But when I saw her again, everything was very, very weak, no tone left in the shoulders.
And in terms of the ability, for instance, to raise her arms, was that increased or decreased as she came out of Johns Hopkins?
Decreased range of motion.
And did you go through all of the standard evaluations as a physical therapist to assess her state at that point?
Yes, Alan did that.
And so you set about, I guess here, a chance to bring her back, if you will. Is that right?
Oh, yeah.
And so, again, what did you notice about Maya in terms of her tolerance of the pain she was in? Did she reject a lot of exercises or did she just try to gut it through best she could?
She would participate in everything I asked her to. The only reason if I would change something is if she was grimacing pretty significantly and that grimace wasn't going away. I would maybe change her body position, maybe change the exercise, but still work the same muscles. And so it would still give her some strengthening without excruciating pain.
So throughout the therapy, you were constantly looking for signs she was in pain and would then adjust?
Yes,
for that
if
pain.
it were appropriate pain or if it were pain that she's not going to want to ever come back to see me again.
All right, and you said before that she had some, and I forget the term you used, but the jury's interested to know, did you note any lesions on her?
Yes,
And where were they?
the upper thigh.
And what did they look like?
They were small, round, little red, irritated.
They look angry?
Yeah.
All right. And were there parts of her body that were even more sensitive than when you had last seen her in September of 2016?
Significantly, her feet, the legs, below the knee was very excruciating, and it was sad because we made a lot of progress towards getting those feet introduced to some light touching and to some contact on the floor. She was getting very close to that.
And so you continued to see her then through January and into February, and let's see, the last one I have is on August, I think, of 2017. And at this point, some 7 to 8 months later, were you able to bring back some of Maya's? My question is, she had a certain level of fitness and ability to do things before she went in. Were you able to bring back all of it, part of it? Where was she by 9 months?
She was back to tall kneeling, doing some dynamic balance exercises, which are movement exercises without having support, without a hand on the counter or something that'll stabilize you. So I would throw balls in different directions and she would catch it and be able to come back to the starting position in the kneeling with her tall kneeling. So core and upper body strength was doing great. And we were tackling the legs next and their tolerance to weight bearing.
And so in terms of the levels of pain, was Maya still in pain?
Yes, always.
Did you have to adjust your techniques from time to time so that she could continue a particular exercise or part of the body?
Absolutely, yes.
Can you give the jury some examples of what you would have to do if you saw Maya grimacing about a certain exercise?
Yes. So if she were sitting up performing an activity or kneeling and her body position wasn't cooperating with how her pain was coming in from that movement. So I would maybe make her lie down, do something against gravity, working out those same muscles, but having less pain throughout that.
And from what you saw, although there may have been areas where more or less, did Maya appear to have pain over most of her body, with different areas more sensitive than others?
Yes, the legs were much more painful than the arms. In the beginning, everything was very, very painful. And then the arms were getting a little bit stronger. Her range of motion is improving, able to lift the arms over the head. So then that opens up grooming. She's able to help groom herself. She has some independence there.
But still not out of the wheelchair by this point. But hopeful, trying to.
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. So at that point, she left your care. And can you tell the jury whether this is unusual in terms of once you have worked through a period, and why?
Yeah, very unusual. I care a lot about my patients, so when they disappear, it's a little shocking, especially with how hard Maya and I were working together and the progress we were making with her treatments by the doctors. They were able to help her get stronger by the treatments they were doing to help get that pain level down, still there, but able to achieve the exercises that we were trying to do to get her stronger.
Did you subsequently learn that Maya was attempting to do many of these exercises on her own at home?
Yes, home exercise program. So if any of you have been in physical therapy, you should always get a sheet with your first visit of exercises to do at home.
Oh,
And
they're really
because if you
cool.
don't do them every day, the physical therapy won't work as well. So she was doing, especially I wanted her to emphasize stretching the heel cords, and that would kind of also hide in some tactile sensitivity, getting used to that with her feet, trying to stretch them. So she would have contact with her feet and try to introduce some sort of sensation in her feet without excruciating pain.
And I believe if you have reviewed them, that in the records for ability fitness, those exercises are set out.
Yes.
I'm trying to find them, but we'll let the jury look through them. Now, I noticed one other thing, and that is that from time to time you had something called a patient outcome. And if we could show an example, this one's fairly early, this is before Johns Hopkins, 1028-0041. And then, of course, it would be 0042. All right. So the jury's back there and they want to look through this and educate themselves further on how Maya was before and after. Take them through what this is for.
So this is for activities of daily living. How is she able to accomplish those things, if at all? So we would rate that based on a number.
Got it. A 1 to 10 scale again.
I'm sorry.
1 to 10 scale.
Yes.
Okay. And then now this was obviously before on August 17th of 2016, but at that time her pain level was still an 8 on certain days.
Yes.
And she had like moderate difficulty lifting an object like a bag of groceries.
Yes.
But overall, did she appear to be doing better despite her scoring there?
Yes.
Do the patients become more, when they're filling one of these out, do they tend to be more pessimistic than what you're hearing, or optimistic? How would you describe it?
I would say it's per patient, but Maya was very accurate and she was very intelligent, and she would want everything as accurate as possible. So, told her not to embellish, or, if it's bad, tell me it's bad.
Okay. And so then by the time she left you, can you give the jury some idea of just an estimate of when you were hoping she could get out of the wheelchair?
Before the hospital or after?
After.
The goal was before school. So I think in August, the school started. I'm not
August
sure
or
when.
September.
That time of year. Yeah.
But she was not able to do that.
No, we were really close, and then the pain was just too unbearable, and I said, maybe by Christmas, and she's like, no, I don't like that answer. So she went home and she said, that's it, and she put on her backpack, got out her crutches, and made herself walk in the home. And I believe that maybe she didn't want to put herself in such a vulnerable, such a high pain position, maybe in public, in the clinic at Agility. Maybe she didn't know how it was going to make her body, her emotions respond. And that's why she didn't want to do it in therapy. She wasn't sure. But at home, she has her creature comforts, her dad, her brother, maybe her favorite show. She can call a friend if she's having a really bad time with it after her experience, to try to walk. But she did very well.
Got it. Okay. So I gather overall you felt that the therapy was successful,
Yes,
and Maya was now working as hard as she could to
every day.
every day. Just one moment. Oh, tell us about asthma. When she came in, did you notice any, or
She would have
Like-
intermittent coughing, but sometimes with asthma, it could worsen with cardiovascular exercises, some jogging, things like that. We weren't doing high heart rate activities. We were focused on strength, balance, transferring.
your witness?
Please score.
You may.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Howard Hunter. I don't think we've ever met.
Yeah, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. You are here today to testify as Maya Kowalski's physical therapist during a certain period of time, correct?
Correct.
If I understand correctly, at the time you first saw her, you were still a student.
Mhm.
Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And then you became licensed almost immediately after seeing her
Right.
as a physical therapy assistant,
Mhm.
correct?
Correct.
Say yes or no.
Correct.
And then you're still a physical therapy assistant today? Is that
Correct.
Okay. When you saw Maya Kowalski, had you seen any other pediatric CRPS patients?
Pediatric, no. Adults, yes.
You've seen some adults, but
Mhm.
no pediatric CRPS patients?
No.
Have you seen any since?
I have had one adult with CRPS.
Okay. Have you seen any other pediatric CRPS patients besides Maya Kowalski?
No, I shortly after I stopped working in outpatient and went into home health, and mostly those are covered with geriatric, Medicare insurances. So I don't see a lot of pediatrics
Okay.
anymore.
And incidentally, when did you leave Agility Physical Therapy?
I'm not sure on the date exactly, but I think I practiced with my license there for a year.
So sometime in, let's say.
I think I started the home health position May 2020,
Okay.
or I'm sorry, May 2018.
Sometime after August of 2017.
Correct. Yes.
So like a year or so later.
Oh, less than a year. I started May in my new job, so I finished out. I went through the fall and the winter and the spring, and then by the summertime of the next year, I was at a home health company.
Several months later.
Correct.
Okay. Let's talk about, if we could, some of the chart entries you've talked about. When Maya Kowalski first came in to see you folks in July of 2016, the first person to see her was Mr. Dalton.
I believe so. I think there was Carol Pierce, Alan Dalton, and another therapist that signed off on some notes that I saw.
Okay. And according to what I see here, you apparently didn't really see her yourself until August of 2016. Is that right?
With the evaluation, the physical therapist sees her first.
Okay.
And then I do the routine visits after that.
Okay. So let's talk for a moment about her patient outcome form. That would be 1028 2000 or 1028-14. These forms are filled out periodically during a patient's tenure of facility. Is that right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So periodically, you folks have to update things to give benchmarks of how patients are doing. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. I've been to physical therapy. No other sports. Okay. So if we can look at this form, and if I can see it, the first question is pain level, and that's a 0 to 10, right?
Mm-hmm.
And does that solicit how the patient's pain level is that day in the clinic?
Yes, we emphasize how your pain is right at that moment.
And then her answer was 8, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then the next question is not on a scale of 1 to 10, but rather 0 to 4, correct?
Yes.
And that's true of all the rest of those categories, all the way down.
Yes, on the page, yes.
To that page, and then over to the next page, the same is true. Is that correct? The whole form from that point
0 to
forward is
4,
0
yes.
to 4, correct? Okay. So not to belabor it too much, because the jury will have this to go back with them, but the number 1 is kind of an overview of all the activities the patient is doing, her usual work, housework, school activities. It asks the extent of the difficulty that they're having or their ability to perform that activity, correct?
It's focusing on if you had a job, if you were in the working, if you were able to perform your work or household chores or attend school activities.
Okay. And the answer to that question on the 22nd was 0, correct?
Yes.
And if you look at number 2, her ability to go about her usual hobbies, recreational, sporting activities, etc., was a 2, a moderate difficulty, correct?
Correct.
And then getting in or out of the bath was 0. She just couldn't do it.
Correct.
And in fact, when she came in to see you folks in July of 2016, this was after Mexico and a number of trips to Dr. Hanna, correct?
Yes.
She had no ability to get in or out of the bathroom or walk between rooms in her home, correct?
Yes. No walking.
And then she could put on her shoes and socks with a little bit of difficulty, correct?
Yeah. I mean, I think being in Florida, I mean, especially kids, they wear their flip flops a lot. So if she wasn't wearing, I've never seen her in tennis shoes. If she was wearing any shoes, it would have been sandals hanging off of her feet because she couldn't tolerate anything on it.
But what she rated was a 3 out of 4.
Right. So her
A little
ability
bit.
to put it on, not the ability to tolerate.
Right, okay. And then she was unable to squat at all, correct?
Correct, because she cannot weight bear.
Right, and then she had moderate difficulty, a 2, lifting a bag of groceries.
Hey,
from the floor.
Nikita. How you doing, my love?
And then the rest of these are 0, performing heavy activities, getting into or out of a car, walking 2 blocks, or certainly walking a mile she couldn't do, correct?
Correct.
And at this point, incidentally, she was wheelchair bound, correct?
Correct.
Then if we go over to page 102815, she's unable to go up or downstairs, stand for an hour. She had no trouble sitting for an hour,
Yeah, Nikita, I'm
but
good,
she
honey.
couldn't
I'm
run
just going over this case. We'll be done in a bit.
or make sharp turns or let alone hop. But she could roll over in bed, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So we look and we see that were you aware that in August, several weeks after that, she went back to Dr. Hanna for a number of ketamine treatments?
Yes.
And that followed a situation in which she was demonstrating low tolerance for half kneeling and trouble with pain and fatigue.
Hey, Jackie, how
In
you
August?
doing?
Yes.
In July.
Oh, in July, yes. Yes.
Okay. So then she went back to Dr. Hanna for 3 infusions. Let me ask
Hope you and Tony are doing well,
Clay
Jackie.
to put up the next patient outcome form she filled out, which would be 102899.
Oh, yeah, Jackie, I'm all right.
Let's compare those for a moment if we
I'm
could.
doing
Could we
good.
put up those side by side?
Hope Tony's doing well, Jackie.
Okay, so we've got 117 on the left, on my left, on the screen's left, and 722. I'm sorry, I've given you the wrong number, Clay. It should be
Jackie, tell
817.
Tony I was asking for her.
It should be 14,
Yeah, tell her I was asking
14
for her.
versus 41. We'll get to 99 in a
Right,
minute.
doing well.
So we've got her patient outcome form from initially on the left and basically a month later on the right, correct?
Thank you, Jackie. I appreciate that.
And so we see that on the 17th of August, she still had a pain level of 8, correct? And she was still unable to go about any of her usual work, housework, or school activities, correct?
Correct.
And her rating regarding hobbies and so forth was the same, a 2, correct?
Correct. Yes.
And if we go down this form on the first page, we basically see that her responses to the patient outcomes on August 17th of 2016 are the same as they were a month earlier upon admission, correct?
Correct. It takes about 6 to 8 weeks for a muscle to gain in size. So 4 weeks. It's
And
not
if
going to
we-
be too significant of a difference.
If we flip over and we see page, and we compare the second page of July 22nd to the second page of August 17th, that would be page 15 versus 42, we see the same thing, that there's been no change, correct?
Correct.
Now, after that August 22nd encounter, or I should say on that date, was there some indication that on that day she was experiencing increased pain and having trouble doing her HEP, her home exercise program?
On 7/22 or 8/17?
On, I'm sorry, 8/17 was what I meant to ask.
Okay. So was she having difficulty doing those?
Yes, on
Exercising?
8/22.
She was still having some difficulty, yes. She had difficulty throughout the entire treatment, but she was still trying. And this
Right.
test is mainly geared towards weight-bearing activities.
And then as matters progressed, were you aware of her going back for other ketamine treatments during your treatment?
Yes, yes.
Okay, were you aware she went back for one on September 22nd?
I can't remember the exact dates of her treatments,
Sure.
but
But let me ask to put up number 91, 89 through 89, I'm sorry. And at this point, was she having some difficulty with still performing tasks of daily living and some increased pain?
I think her grooming abilities were getting better. So managing her hair, bathroom, what we do in the bathroom, wiping, things like that, washing her hands. I think she was improving there.
Okay.
By that time, by September.
Okay. Well, after that, she saw y'all, we see on the 23rd, and then on September 27th, let's put up page 90 if we could. So on this date, she's complained of increased pain levels since her last treatment, and she's going for ketamine treatment after today's visit.
Okay.
See that?
Yes.
Before this visit, were you aware of her having any kind of relapse in her CRPS?
I can't remember.
But you can't remember that before this last visit, the last visit that you saw her on, that she had a CRPS relapse in early September?
Yes. Yes. Is that the relapse she had before she went into the hospital?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember the circumstances of it or what caused it?
No, I wasn't there.
But you do recall, I suppose, the last time you saw her before she went in the hospital.
Yes.
Okay. And we see that she was having increased pain levels and she was going for a ketamine treatment.
Yes.
Okay. Now, were you aware that she went to ketamine treatments on September 27th, 28th, 29th, and 30th?
I mean, I guess all I knew was after today's visit.
Okay.
I didn't know her.
So you didn't know anything about any of that?
I didn't inquire about her daily schedule. No.
So you weren't aware of an emergency room visit on the 1st of October or the circumstances that led to her being admitted to All Children's on October 7th?
I mean, I can't remember at the time if I found out right then or if it was a few days later after she went to the ER, if I found out then.
But to be clear for everyone's benefit, as of the last time you saw this young lady on September 27th, 2016, before she went into the hospital, I'm talking about last time.
Okay,
As of that time, she was still in a wheelchair
yes,
and she still had a significant pain level, correct?
yes.
Now, let's talk about, if we could, when she came back on the 17th of January 2017. At that point, the initial evaluation was done by Mr. Dalton.
Yes, I think so.
And
Yes.
he's a full-fledged physical therapist.
Yes.
He's your boss.
Yeah, he was. Yeah.
He was at that time. I'm
Yes.
sorry. Not now, but he was then.
Yes. He
Right.
still feels like my boss.
Okay. Well, he was supervising what you did with Ms. Kowalski, correct?
Always, yes.
And at that time, when she came back on the 17th, she was still having pain level of 8, correct?
Correct.
And she was still wheelchair bound?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. And she was still having difficulty with virtually all of her activities of daily living at that point?
I believe so. Yes.
Okay. Did you actually weigh her, or was she weighed?
I don't think I physically weighed her. If it was done on the initial evaluation, I think it would have been on one of the.
Did you folks at any point ever speak with her physical therapist at All Children's Hospital?
I did not speak with anybody at the hospital. No.
Did you at the time, or as far as you know, did anyone from Agility ever look at the records from All Children's from a physical therapy standpoint?
Alan, I'm not sure if Alan had or not.
Let's just kind of hit a couple of high points here. Can you put up, please, 172? I take that back. I'm sorry. Let's back up, if we could, to February 28th. It's 153. And just focusing on current complaints and gains, she was adjusting the size for a wheelchair, had a new wheelchair.
Yes.
And the note indicates that her father stated that she was doing a lot better and was scheduling an MRI of the spine, correct?
Correct.
And when she, up to this point, was she getting any additional ketamine or pain medication?
As far as I can remember, no.
And after she came back to you from All Children, she never got any of that, did she?
I don't believe so.
So let's go to March 16th. You put up 172. And if you look at the history there, it relates that the patient is doing online school activities daily and swimming regularly. Correct?
Correct.
And she's pushing herself in her wheelchair. Correct?
Correct.
And the history,
Hold on a second, Mr. Hunter.
The beeping.
There's a little beeper going off over there. Can you try that? I think it's off now. You can continue.
sorry, I better see.
Yeah.
I didn't hear that. That's wrong.
I heard.
And by this point, which is basically 2 months after you saw her again, correct?
Correct.
She's pushing her wheelchair as a form of physical activity and exercise.
Yes. Yes.
And she's, the father was telling you folks that he sees her using her legs more and he feels her exerting pressure when he picks her up to maintain her hold, correct?
Correct.
And he's seeing her with her feet flat sometimes without her knowing,
Yes.
correct? That's making some progress, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then if we go forward once again, for another month or so. I'm losing my place here, I apologize. We go to April 18th. And we put up 204. We see in the history assessment that she's increasing her swimming, and her father reports that she's using her legs in the pool, getting stronger. Is that correct?
Correct.
And she's going out on the boat almost every weekend.
Yes, they would physically put her in there, but it would help her spirits to be out on the boat.
And this is 3 months after she came back to you folks.
Correct.
So once again, she is making progress.
Correct.
Okay. So if we go forward one more month to May of 2017, to Joint Exhibit 1028-240, there's an indication that she's swimming almost every day for several hours, or for hours at a time, right?
Yes.
And she's starting to scoot from place to place in their house to get around.
Yes.
And she's independently propelling her wheelchair for long distances.
Yes.
And she's able to do her own ADLs
Yes.
to some
I
degree
mean,
with that system.
yes, light ADLs, I would say.
Right. Grooming.
Yes.
So then we go forward another date, 7/6, which is 17 to 286. And by history, she's swimming in the ocean without issues, correct?
Correct. That was what was said to me.
And she's got a new bedroom set with a top bunk bed, and she's able to get up and down the ladder without help.
Yes, her upper body was extremely strong at this point. She could basically lift her up without using her legs at all. It was quite amazing.
Okay. And so, but she's also able to climb a ladder.
She would just kind of swing herself, just kind of use her arms and core and get up there on her own. She might use her knees
Okay.
instead of her feet.
But this is an advancement.
Yes, correct.
Okay. And once again, through this point, she's not getting any analgesia or ketamine.
No, I think she realized she was going to have to do this on her own. And
Okay. Now, if we go forward one more time to the last time you saw her, on August 22nd of 2017, page 334, she indicates she's back in school. Very tired from using crutches.
that was
at
when
school?
she went. Yeah, that's when I saw her and I said maybe, by Christmas we could start walking. And then when she went home and said, I don't like what Rachel said, and she proved me wrong.
Okay.
And obviously it was very, very taxing on her, because you go from using the chair every single minute of your life to not using it at all. You're going to be very fatigued.
And by that point, her father was telling you that she is no longer using the wheelchair.
Correct.
Okay. And you never saw her again after that.
No, right. I was glad not to. I was told her to get out of here and don't come back. Well, she had to come back for a discharge, but other than that, I just want to see her at school, at the grocery store. I don't want to see her in the clinic.
I have clients that feel that way about me too. You've never seen her again since then as a patient. You were about her age, correct?
Oh, it's whose age?
Well, you were younger and she was your only pediatric patient,
Yes.
correct? Okay. Have you had a chance to talk with Mr. Anderson before you appeared here today?
Her lawyer?
Yeah.
Yes.
And you met with him about your testimony here today?
Yes.
That's all I have. Thank you, ma'am.
We met by phone.
Yes. Oh, yeah, by phone, not in person.
I called you and told you were going to be a witness.
Yeah, that's it.
Much to your chagrin. The point is that when Maya went in, from everything you saw, all the exercises you saw, when Maya got out of Johns Hopkins care, was she worse off?
Yes, mentally, physically.
And although pain meds may not cure things, can you tell the jury whether it tends to increase the ability of a patient to do the work and makes quality of life more significant?
Yes, Your Honor, Foundation.
Yes, yes. When we perform our activities and achieve pain, it makes us not want to do those things. So with some pain medication, your suffering isn't as great, and you can achieve your activities of daily living. You can perform some exercises that will help get you stronger, and eventually and hopefully kind of take place of the pain because your muscle's stronger, and maybe you won't need the pain meds as much once you're at that point.
So doing it without pain meds means gutting it out.
Yeah, I'm unnecessarily so.
And I believe you testified before that from what you saw with Maya, her CRPS pain, the levels of it were periodic. Is that right? That the levels would differ depending on which day you were asking her.
Exactly, Your Honor.
Sustained.
What, if anything, did you notice about any variance in Maya's pain levels? Noting she always had pain, but
They would vary in intensity based on activity, based on maybe events the day before, currently, emotionally, I'm sure. And when we're upset, our pain becomes worse. And if she was doing something particularly taxing to her that previous day, she could be in more pain the following.
nothing further.
Members of the jury, do any of you have any questions? May this witness be excused.
As you may.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for being here.
Oh my gosh, I forgot to ask you.
Members of the jury, I think this is going to be a good time for a break. Let's try to keep it to 10 minutes. Do not discuss this case amongst yourselves. Do not do any investigation and receive no information. You'll see it.
All rise for a second take.
An opinion on that.
And do you know how or who
We got here
recommended
already,
you
so
to
I'm gonna
perform
stop
this
there.
examination?
We already did
I
this.
honestly don't know who
Let's see, we
recommended
did the read back on it.
that because I wasn't really
So
paying attention.
we done
on
this.
Okay.
I'm gonna stop sharing right now. Yeah, we've already done the that doctor and all that. So we're up to speed on what's going on there in the Myers case. I hope she gets justice. I believe she should get it. And anyone got any questions or anything they need to ask, come in and ask now, or forever hold your peace. But apparently they're back on again tomorrow. I did search all day for that, and I didn't see it on. And something I was flicking through something, and I seen it on then. So we're back onto Let's Talk with Susan Bennett right now, more or less. I'm not going to show you the repeat of what that Asian doctor, would be fair word to say, said. But he was really credible, I must admit. He was funny, but we already have that recorded. That's already there. So it's kind of like we went a little bit backwards, and then what we did was skip forward. That normally don't happen. Normally do it from A to B. So yes, we're going to move on from that. And I don't remember to shut the live down or keep the live running and just be my normal self right now, because when I'm listening into it, I mean, it's just mind-boggling, to be quite honest. I mean, when you look at that girl sitting there, and she's only young, obviously, and you see her sitting there, and it's very pale looking, and fragile. I would say the word would be fragile. Um, I just want her to have. She did lose her mom too. I mean, okay, if anyone has not seen this, it's in my title. To mind the word four, that's just keep that number four in the case. Um, but if you have Netflix, type in the word "Take Care of Maya." That documentary is very powerful. And that's why I'm following the case. I know I've seen miscarriages of justice throughout my life. Trust me, I have. When someone sides with something else and they think you're a monster, and next minute you're not a monster, and it's just the government. At the end of the day, here's what I believe. No one needs to answer to anybody, but the only person that needs to answer to is God. At the end of the day, God blesses you with children, whether they have conditions or not. You're still blessed anyway. And it's just amazing how we're watching all this being played out. Now, I do know there's some other court cases going on there with some unalive children. The West Boys, I'll put it that way. I'm not gonna cover that because I don't do them kind of cases. This will probably be the only case I will ever cover. I don't really cover cases, to be honest. But me being me, and had a hand with the court systems in Ireland for a very long time in my younger 20s, 21, 22, 23. We can go all the way up. And then to find myself with a high court proceedings, in the year 2011, I do believe. Um, I'll tell you something. In the year 2011, it was what was it, 11, the 11th day of the 11th month in year 2011. That's when everything changed over, and I was told I had the case. I literally had it, and I did. I won that case. Did it take a toll on me? Hell yeah, it did. Yeah. I've already the court is brilliant for giving you binder folders of documents and this, that, and everything else. They're absolutely notorious for giving you all that kind of stuff. And hell, I even have it on. I have them. I have all the stuff. Oh, it's strange. Yeah. Right. Let me mute for a minute because I gotta do something. What? Getting back to my case. Courts are notorious for. Oh, God. It's not even. I do a laugh, but it's not funny at the end of the day. Never is. I'm as chesty as hell, so I apologize about that. But the weather has changed so bad, it literally hit my chest. I don't know whether I have pneumonia in there. I don't know what the hell is going on, but of course I didn't see a doctor about it neither because I couldn't be really bothered. Suppose that's a called neglect of health. Whatever. Moving on from all that, I mean the drama side of the YouTube, you might notice that my numbers are. Hey Heather, how are you doing, my love? Susan, you need to be seen. Huh? 1 second. Susan, you need to be seen about it. Yeah, I think I do because I'm coughing like hell, you know. And not to mention, I do see that COVID has weakened because of pneumonia I had in left and right lung and all the stuff what happened. I keep coughing the whole time, and it's like it's just, it actually annoys me. Yeah, I agree with you, Heather. I do need to be seen about it. I'm not a doctor person, you know. I don't run up to the doctor every time I have a problem, you know. I try to kind of bear it out and see can I do something, but I don't think there's anything I can do about this. I do believe it's in my lungs, to be honest, and you know, because C19 weakened all that. Um, I know what C19 did, you know, but we're not gonna go there at all. It's no point. Fortunately, this is the I would say the backlash of your left and right lung collapsing and all that kind of good stuff happening. So I probably have pneumonia in my lungs, probably because the pain is coming up through my back, right? But I believe I had COVID when it first came out, and I had a lot of people who having heart problems. Heart problems don't always come with pain like myself. Uh, never had a chest pain, but I have heart failure and congestion a lot. You know, Heather, that's strange you're saying that. That is really strange you're saying that. Because you're ringing bells in my head when you're saying that. You know, you're ringing bells when you're saying that. I know our thing is like, I mean, if it was a normal chest infection, you'd be bringing up, I would use the word mucus, right? But that doesn't happen with me at all. And you just after ringing a bell in my head on that one. But yeah, I suppose here in the UK they call it self neglect. Heart failure, and I had a cough a lot. Interesting. Very interesting that you're saying that. I'm not gonna say what I know, but I know a little bit. You can retain fluid around your lungs like the heart, which is a sign of heart failure. By the time it got me mine, I had 40 pounds of fluid around my body and my organs, and they were shutting down. Wow. Lungs, not lunch. I know. Yeah. It was mentioned, some things were mentioned to, I'm not going to say it on YouTube. Some things were mentioned to me what Heather could be possibly pointing out there, but I haven't done anything about it, obviously, because I mean, I need to be almost, you know, really bad before I would go to any hospital, because I can't stand in them places, to be honest. Um, but yeah, it makes sense. Makes sense to me. It was a yellow, Susan. By the time I went to the hospital, I couldn't even get off the floor because I had no strength. Wow, kidder. I'm so sorry, sweetie. Mm. Well, I have strength enough to go down when I don't even walk down. I use my mobility scooter to get down to the you know, my medications, and they're not for the heart or anything. But some haters kind of ringing a bell in my head a little bit. Oh, you gotta go now, Cool Gamer. Cool Gamer, we appreciate you coming in there and putting up with the long life, you know. My heart function was like 14%. Um, when then when I when okay, heart function was 14%, and then I went to the hospital, and it was back to normal, thank God. But I I'm on tons of heart medications to keep me alive. No, Heather, I've always known that about you, honey. I've always known you had problems with your heart. Yeah, no, I will. I mean, yeah. I don't know whether it was the heart or it was just the fact that I had this C19 so bad in my lungs that, you know, it's causing these problems now, you know, that kind of way. But yeah, well, if you know, if I go offline, you know, if I'm going missing, you know where I am. Okay, I just want to you better so you can make that move to your boy. No, I know, honey. I know, and that's the most important thing to me right now. I don't really want to be landing myself in the hospital, so to speak, you know, because that's going to slow things down, you know, like it did the last time. Last time took me down about 6 months, probably a little bit longer. And that's why in Queen Nessie, well, she's been talking about this movie, yeah. Queen Nessie forgets the other part, you know, the whole ICU situation. Yeah, Queen Nessie never mentioned that, you know. So yes, the flat was up on a swap site, and then it was down, then it went up. Suddenly it's up now again, and of course I have a person, and you know, it's okay. I just want you so you can make it move to your boy. That would be a huge setback on your move. Yeah, yeah, my mental, yeah, definitely, yeah. I mean, if I had to go in the hospital again, that's gonna set me back major. You know what I mean? I don't really want to do that, but you know, like anyway, if I feel that like I know I'm not 100% well, I will put it that way. But I know I'm not 100% bad. That makes any sense to anyone. So yeah. No, I appreciate the input, Heather. You're mentioning something there what rings a bell in my mind. I'm not gonna say it out though. That's all I keep doing is like this stupid cough, and it annoys the crap out of me. But yeah, we'll do Maya's stuff again tomorrow. We'll do that. Like I said, look, when I come on my normal life, there's a bunch of people in there. When I'm doing this case, we're having really small numbers, but it doesn't matter to me because it's not about the numbers at the end of the day. It doesn't matter to me at all. I just want to, and yeah, it's 7 weeks trial, so like we're on what day 4. But the judge did say that they were ahead, so that's a good thing. That is a good thing. Now saying that, moving on from all that situation, I did prove that in TM chat on my last live last night that there was actually a troll who said they ran my channel. Now let me tell you one thing for none, okay? I even said to Tara, I said, you think if anyone had control of my channel that they would have shut it down when I was doing stupid things? And Tara agreed with me. So no one ever had control of this channel, ever. Well, one person did actually, going back a long time ago, and that was Crystal G. She was manager of the channel at one point. It just didn't work out, so we parted for a while, and then we became friends again, and that's the way it is. I mean, there has no one ever been, do you not think that when I was like in ICU that if MZ had control of this channel that she would have opened this channel to tell everyone the updates? You know what I mean? Just think back, okay? The answers are there in front of you. So I just think it's whichever troll did that. I mean, I see a lot of trolls trying to use my name going around places too, and I'm like, oh, that's not me. I pray this girl gets every penny she deserves and her family. Yeah, so do I hit her. I genuinely do. I genuinely do. And six up, I just want to give this one to you, honey, because you fucking think you're the bomb. Well, you can think what you like, okay? You announced on your channel yesterday you have me blocked, so I can't answer, can I? So I can answer on here. And no, MZ never had control of my channel, sweetheart. You know, Mrs. Know-It-All, you think you know fucking everything? You don't. You know, you're using people. 1 minute you're saying, oh, well, you know, purple gift such Susan a bat. Yeah, fuck that shit. That's over with. You know, and secondly, no, MZ never had control of my channel, ever. It would have been nice, Six Up, if you would email me and ask me before you went live, even though you don't want me on your channel, right? I mean, I could easily make a fucking troll account up and just go in and just bitch you out, but I didn't bother because I ain't childish. So stop the bullshit. Seriously. I mean, you're supposed to be a fucking adult. I do believe you're older than me, actually. So grow the fuck up. You know. And look, I don't give two flying fucks what Six Up may do or say, whatever. I don't care. Guess what? I don't care. You know why? Because she don't give a flying fuck what goes on over here neither. Calling people pigeons and all that sort of shit. That I've never seen anything like that. And if I remember that back when I was in like fucking Jesus, small school. Fucking my son wouldn't even. My son is more intelligent than this bullshit. But if Sticks Up says it, that's set in stone. That means that really did happen. No. I would appreciate if she emailed me and asked me, does anyone have any control of my channel? Did she do that? No, she did not. So she didn't do her due diligence. She didn't check it out. She didn't ask a damn question. And she just assumed it. She assumed it. Go and assume whatever the fuck you like, because you know what? You're wrong. You are wrong. I mean, you claim that you're so good at let me say, doing your homework, right? Well, obviously you didn't do your homework here. I think I showed it the troll. I showed it last night. It's on yesterday's live actually, where a troll came in and didn't even write in my channel name in properly. And MZ had come underneath that one. The real MZ came under that in their TMs. So yeah, Six Up, you wanna, I mean, if you wanna really be proper and do the right thing, I mean, every channel has an email address, okay? Every channel. We all have emails. You know, I'm not going along and going to email another creator because guess what? I fuck all to say to him, to be quite honest. If you were assuming that someone had control of my channel, you could have at least asked me before you blurted it out in the whole YouTube with what 160 odd fucking people in there. Well, you didn't know exactly what you were talking about, Six Up now, did you? I mean, that's another, boo-hoo on you. Let's be real here for a minute. Because, that is bullshit and the shit. Shall we speak about shit for a minute? She's over there bitching and barking and saying purple is this and that and whatever, whatever creator, right? And then she brings my fucking channel into it, saying that MZ had control of this channel. I'd like to know when. If you were so good at doing your homework, would you not email the person who owns the channel to ask them, is it true that X amount, does anyone have control of your damn channel? And the answer would have been, fuck no. No, they don't. Never did. So your fucking stories are like not worth anything. I'm starting to see through the whole thing. I'm starting to see like, they're saying one thing, but the truth is, I mean, I don't care what anyone says, but the truth always outshines everything else. Sorry, but gotta say it. I mean, look, I wouldn't be the right person if I didn't say it. And if MZ did have control of my channel, I would tell everyone, yeah, she did at one point. But guess what? It's not true. She never fucking did. The only one who did have control at one point back in the day was Crystal G. That didn't work out so well. So I decided never to put anyone on my channel again. It's a UK-based channel. It's registered under my name. It's registered. My AdSense account is registered under my name. It's registered underneath my photo ID. There is no one else. That's it. It's done. There is no one else. There's no supervisors. There's no anything on this channel. So I had to say that out because, I'm going to speak the truth no matter what. You see, you do your research. Well, you obviously didn't do enough research to research over here. Simple email. Can I ask you a question with respect? Does X amount of X person run your, and I would have answered back straight away, no. No. I'm not going to sit up here and lie. I don't need to lie. See, that's the thing. I do not need to lie. Why in this day and age do I want to lie about your narrative, what suits you in that particular point? I'm like, and the thing is, here's the thing, right? She has me blocked, so I can't go in there and say I'm sorry, but your information is wrong. I can't say it like that. The only voice I can say is on my own channel, right? I can't say sorry, you are wrong. I could have said it to her privately, or I could have said it to her on her channel, but guess what? Because I have mental health, she don't like that. So she don't like mental health people, actually. But yeah, she don't like to seem to, people don't know to have mental health. And you know what? Get the fuck out of my chat. There's no fucking troll coming in right now. That's gone. Coming in here talking Irish. Well, fuck off. Do we not think we know who that is? You're using your little app there to talk the Irish, but even though you're not born Irish now, are you? You fucking moron. But yeah. See, this is the drama side, which I'm sorry, we do a really good case on this young girl, and I hope that she gets every penny she deserves. But at the same time, I ain't even six up saying that someone had control of my channel when they fucking did not. She could have easily dropped me an email. I mean, it's not like I could have said to her, sorry, no, you're wrong in her chat. You know what I mean? I mean, at least Purple will unblock people and give them a voice, right? But her? No, not at all. At least Purple will say, well, I'm going to leave I'm going to unblock this person because if they have something to say, I'm going to leave them say it. Hell, Purple even drops a damn link. But, Six Up, no, she don't want to know fuck all about anything. She just wants to exhume the exhumable, right? And I just want to point out everything to anybody. I just fucking love the way everyone says no one knows MZ. That is like a cracker. That's amazing, that. But I'm going to jump off the subject. I just wanted to make the point of that, Six Up never asked me, was anyone controlling my channel? She just thrown it out there with 160 odd people in her chat. And I'm there to say, sorry, you are wrong. Okay? You are fucking wrong. Would have been nice if I was asked that question, but I was not. So anyways, I think I'll just leave this for tonight. I don't see nothing going on in the chat. Chat is really quiet. I might come back on later. Then again, I might not. God knows. But I think, oh God, don't even get me started on this yet. So Clint Shaw, well, obviously it's an Irish name coming in the chat, talking Irish. Well, do you know what? Shitface, you're fucking blocked. Don't worry, Nikita, we're hanging in there. So is there anything I need to cover tonight before I'm done? I had to cover that about 6 up because she did fucking say that MC was controlling my channel. That never happened. That's not true. Sorry. I ain't gonna fucking say someone had no control of my. It would have been nice 6 up if you dropped me even though you don't want me in my your channel. And that's your channel. It's your thing, right? Would have been lovely if you dropped me an email and said, I want to ask you a question, and asked me the damn question. You never did that. No. It's not hard to find the email address either, is it? No, 6 up. You know. And it just, what can I say? Does it bother me? Does it do it? No, but it bothers me in the sense to say that they were trying to say that someone had control of my channel, which no, that wasn't true. But other than that, I mean, pretty sure things are going pretty well. Oh yeah, and my fake suicide. Don't forget that one. Yeah, 6 up. I heard you saying that one too. Yeah, 6 up tried to say I did fake whatever, fake, you know what I mean, Nikita. When I did my wrist in that time. Yeah. Then once again, it's just shows you how fucking ignorant a person is. They don't know what you're going through in your daily life. They don't know that you had a history of even fucking doing that. And you hadn't done it in years. Till someone pushed you over the edge. But let's all feel sorry for someone else. Okay? Don't feel sorry for me. I don't want anyone to, actually. Even when I was fucking dying on life support, I didn't want anyone to feel sorry for me. I mean, I don't. Honestly, it doesn't matter. What the hell does it matter? Yeah, I heard that one too, 6 up. Would be nice if you dropped me an email on that one too to ask me my past experience of self-harm. That's a good topic to bring up. Maybe I will, you know. But anyways, and of course I'm gonna bring up these things because this is what bothered me. You know, these fucking people don't know you from Adam. They don't know who you are or what you've went through. They don't know anything about you really. They just want to fucking assume the worst and think everything is better. Everything is greener on the other side. Well, actually, no, it's fucking not. I'm sorry, but it ain't. Yeah, Nikita, can you imagine that? My fake, even though I was known to, yeah, I've been, for a while, well, for a couple of years before I even joined YouTube, I was known to be a cutter, you know? And, 6 up said it was called fake. Imagine that. Imagine that. If that's not judgment, I don't know what is. I really don't. Imagine that. But anyways, I'd rather be not doing anything, you know. I didn't do it in like, I don't know, maybe 2, 3 years. But I was pushed to that point where, Google it if you want, when people do self-harm, they cut to release toxins in their bodies, which makes them feel better. The 6 up does not understand that I already know that. Or I haven't been through treatment for that. Yeah, let's keep shoveling the shit in, right? And she doesn't want me over on her channel. You know why? Because I have mental health. Actually, everyone has mental health. Every single human being has mental health. It takes one thing to draw a person out and be one way, and you could be fine. Like me today, I'm fine, right? I don't think I had a mental health episode in a while. Not for a while, anyways. Apart from that situation where I went to, and was it fake? No, it was not. No. I had people in my back chat till the ambulance men come out and bandaging up my arms. Am I proud of that? Hell no, I was ashamed. No. And that's all a psychological thing, you know? Do I do it every day or every... No, I don't. Mm-mm. But anyway, if she wants to call people out, guaranteed that we're going to call that out too. Okay? Don't judge anybody, but don't judge a book by its cover. Please don't. And saying that, I'm going to get off. I will normally sound later, but, I'm just going to get off because this whole subject, I don't really feel comfortable talking about, and I don't like it. And, yeah, I don't like calling people out neither. That's not my nature. But these are two things were brought to my attention, obviously. I would appreciate it if she found my email, which is very easy to do. If she goes back and looks at other lives like she does, checks out all purpose lives, right? She would have found my email there somewhere. Did you say 6 up, Susan? Did she call you out? Yeah, no, kidding, she did. Yeah, she did. Number one, she said that MZ had control of my channel, which was never true. Number two, she said what I did my fake stuff was wrong. I don't believe I have heart problems. I mean, I can't be sure, but I don't believe I have. No. Not that I know of. I've never been diagnosed with that. Well, there's a few things. So why do you ask, Karen? MZ did that to herself. She didn't fix. No, I know. I played MZ thing last night as well. And I did prove that there was a troll who said something in there. I did get that. I did show it. So that just blows 6 up out of the water straight away. There was a troll who couldn't even write my channel name properly. Karen, we know it's you. That's why I unblocked you. Nice new name, Karen. I unblocked you because I realized who you really were. Just so you know that. As I said before, I would appreciate it if I was emailed or asked a question before someone spouts it out, you know, in front of 100 and whatever subscribers, whatever was going on. I mean, of course, I couldn't chat in the chat. I would have to admit in a troll account, but I wasn't doing that. I don't do. Is that the real Karen? I think it is. Yeah. I mean, I could drop her link and we know if it's the real Karen then until we hear her voice, but other than that, I don't know. Rocco, I'm pretty sure it probably is, but I can't be sure to be 100%. Oh, that's Karen. Yeah, I'll drop a link and see if she come up, but I don't know if she wants to come up. I don't know anything. I'll try it, but she may not. Susan, that's not me. Someone keeps saying that is me, but it's bullcrap. Oh, okay. And there, Karen, I was dropping you a link under that other name. So shall I ban that name? Right. Ban user. Right, they're gone. So is this the real Karen in there now? Susan, that's not me. Someone's saying that is me, but it's not me. It's bullcrap. Well, Karen, you're welcome to come up if you want. I dropped you a link. It's just above there, look. It's up here, look. There's a link. I'm not going to drop another because I get so many damn trolls in the backstage. It's unbelievable. Go up, Karen, and let us know you're the real Karen. I'm trying to move away from the drama, but I don't think you'll ever quite go away, if you know what I mean. Of course, I'm going to cut out things. I'm going to say it as it is, you know what I mean? I'll drop a link. Let's see if that's the real Karen. There's the link. I can put a cover over in case it's a porn bomb. Better get that ready as well, I suppose. I don't think that Karen would ever do that, but well, you don't think a lot of things sometimes. Right, the overlay is ready. Yeah, now the overlay ready. The minute I hear her voice, I'm going to know it's her. Let me get the overlay. 1 minute, Karen, if you're back. I see you backstage. Oh, no, I see you on camera. Hey, Karen.
Hi, that's not me. Whoever's doing that is saying that they're me and it's not.
Right, so I can take off the overlay now, so I know it's you.
Yes, I showed you a picture. It was me.
Right, I see you on cam.
Yeah. So just wanted to let you know. No, I don't know who that person is.
I just blocked. I literally blocked them.
Yeah, I once in a while I'll watch, but I've been off. Like I don't go in, I don't talk in chats, I don't type in chats, or anything like that. Occasionally I'll watch. And believe it or not, I just turned it on and I seen that and I went, here we go again.
Right, there's someone like letting under you.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I have a feeling I know who it is, but I can't say for sure because I'm not 100%. So why even bother saying a name?
Right.
You know.
So,
but
Karen,
yeah,
how have you been getting on?
I'm doing good, keeping busy.
Yeah.
Yeah, doing a lot of crafts. Mm-hmm.
Sorry about my coughing. I have an awful cough.
Yeah. Yeah, you should get that checked out.
Yeah, we've been doing the Maya case actually.
Yes,
you know,
that's why I've been watching you periodically. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no,
Very
you're welcome to do
interesting
that.
case. Yeah, very
Yeah.
interesting case. Yeah. It's a shame what that family went through.
Yeah, it's very sad. It is very
Yeah.
sad.
Mm-hmm.
So it's going to take like 7 weeks. So we're
Yeah.
only on week 4 now, to be quite honest. Well, day 4
Mm-hmm.
now, to be honest. You know, I'm trying to do the best I can with it, considering the hours with UK hours and whatnot.
Yes. Yes. Yeah,
But
because
now we know
you're
your real
5
name, and we
hours or
know,
6 hours ahead or something like that.
yeah,
So you're in the
we're about
afternoon
6
when we
from
don't
you,
know.
yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. I feel bad that the mom felt that she had to take her life.
To take the
You
child
know.
out of the hospital, yeah.
Yeah, that's really sad.
It
And
is,
now
yeah.
the 2 kids have nobody.
And
So
you can see the daughter in the court case, and she's really pale, and you know.
mhm.
And if you
Yeah.
look at the boy, I mean, he's not so bad, you know what I mean? But don't mean to say
Yeah.
that he's not suffering either, you know, that kind of way.
Yeah, he looks like he's it affects him.
Of
you know.
course, right? Of
And it's
course,
sad because there are children out there that need social services, but not in a case like that. I mean, you had a
no.
doctor saying that the girl had this, and I don't know. It's sad.
It's what goes
Very
on. It
sad.
goes on all over the world, not just America either. It goes on everywhere.
No.
You
Yep.
know, they can
Exactly.
paint you as the best person in the world, or they can
Yeah.
paint you as a demon. I've
Mm.
said it time and time
Mhm.
again. And I
Mhm.
I want it, and I don't do missing children. You know that I don't do them kind of cases, but that one, I mean, it
Yeah.
reminds me of a situation. So I don't really want to go into it, but
That's okay.
you know, I just felt
Mhm.
that, and I said to Purple,
Mhm.
"Can I do this case?" And she was very happy for me to do it. Actually,
Oh, that's nice. Mhm.
yeah.
It's I watched the documentary. I didn't realize how many other parents they did this to in that hospital.
Yeah, that's right. That's why I say that's why I keep putting in
Mhm.
the title "Take Care of Maya," because that's the name of
Yeah.
the documentary. Was on Netflix.
Yes.
Of course, I watched
Mhm.
that over 2 times, and then I
Mhm.
decided, well, I'm going to do the case, and the case was just starting up. So I've
Yeah.
done so
I
many
don't
hours.
like the judge. Yeah, I don't
I
like the
don't like
judge.
the judge. I mean, he needs to get rid of that silly
Mhm.
bit of forehead hair. I don't know why he even has it.
Yeah, he's no,
Do you
I
not,
don't like him.
do you not feel that
Mm-mm.
he's for the other side?
Yeah, he is. I think he just thinks it's a joke. He laughs a lot, and he's not supposed to do that. He's
Yeah.
just, yeah. No, I don't like him. He shows too much of his feelings towards it, and he's
Right.
not supposed to do
Hmm.
that. Hmm. And I think the jurors can see that, and that's not a good thing.
Well, that's why I said as well. I think
Yeah.
it's a good thing that there's a jury there, because at the end
Hmm.
of the day, they get to make the decisions and deliberate and do all that stuff.
Yeah,
And
but they watch the judge too. Jurors look at the judge too. So, and he's not
or
presenting himself very well. That's just my feelings. you know.
Heather said hello to you. She's in chat.
Oh, yeah, I can't see chat. Hello. I'm sorry, I can't
Yeah,
see
Heather's in
that.
there. She said,
Oh, okay.
hey, Karen, how are you?
I'm doing good, thank you. Actually, it's more peaceful people for you too. No drama, you
Well,
know.
we're trying to stay away from the drama some bit,
Yeah.
you know. Of course, there's always going to be drama, Karen, no matter what.
Yeah,
I was
exactly. I
thinking
just
about,
don't like it when people attack, you know. I mean, I've done it myself. Well, I mean, I'm not gonna sit there and deny it. You know, I own what I've done, but I don't like the kids thing, you know.
yeah,
That's wrong. Yeah, yeah. I don't like that. So, but yeah, I just wanted to let you know that's not me. I don't know why people go around and say that it's me. And, you know, yeah, I did come in and try talking under a different name. And I didn't change my URL. And there was a reason I didn't. I wasn't trying to hide from certain people. It wasn't a secret. I changed it for another reason, you know. So, because if I wanted to change and hide from people, I would have changed it my whole entire URL, you
right.
know.
You could have changed
But
up. You could have
yeah.
dropped that one.
So yeah, exactly. But I changed it for another reason, which I'd rather not get into.
No,
But
I'm not going to ask you.
now it's no here, no there, and I just said forget it. You know, it is what it is. So.
So how are you doing every day, Karen? You know, 'cause I
Oh,
know
good.
you're.
Actually, I'm very, believe it or not, it was probably a good thing. I've been very busy.
Yeah.
Very busy. Yes, very busy. I started to get into my you ever hear paint and pour with uh not acrylic, paint and pour with oh my god, why can't the name just went out of my with resin?
No, I've never heard of that.
Yeah, I do that. And some diamond art, you
Right.
know. And I help my one girlfriend a couple of days a week. So I've been actually, I find myself getting more done and doing more things,
Right.
you know, but I stayed in the house long enough. You know, I
No,
stayed
I
in
know that.
17 months after Michael died. So it was time for me to get out and do different things. So it was kind of a blessing, you know.
You need to start doing things for yourself and getting out
Yeah.
and doing things, you know, and looking after you.
Yes,
You know,
and that's what I do. Yep.
Um, I know
That's
it's
what
gonna
I
be
do.
easier said than done, you know what I mean? Because
Yeah.
it is
Mhm.
hard. I know that.
Yeah. I mean, you know, it's been 17 months. Not that it's been a long time, but it hasn't. But, you know, I stayed in long enough and it wasn't helping. And I have to get out.
Right.
Not looking for a boyfriend. I'm not talking about that.
No, I'm not. I
Please.
know.
I want no man. But just to be around, you know, friends and, you know,
Right.
just doing things, you know. So go to some strip clubs. Oh, no, no, no. I could see the chat now. No, no, no. No, too old for that. No, I don't want, honestly, I can still say I don't ever want to date again. I'm happy by myself. You know?
Of course, Heather would come out with that, right?
Mhm.
Would you be willing to go back to be go on ABC?
ABC's Bachelorette? No, honey, I don't have the figure for it, or I'm not the age for it. No, that's when you're young and dumb. I watched that show and they're crying 2 or 3 days later. Oh my God, I love. I'm like, what the hell? You just met the guy.
No.
Some of them are funny. Them girls, you know, they're hysterical, crying. They want to marry him. It's like you don't even know him.
No, right?
I don't know. I mean, I've heard of people getting married, you know, knowing somebody a short time, but that's a little crazy, you know.
That's not me.
No, no, I really don't. I'm content. You know, I, I don't want to have to be home at a certain time and have to cook for them. And no. Mm-mm.
You have actually in a tragic situation. I mean, you
Mhm.
gotta look at the bright side. You have your little bit of freedom where you can do what Karen wants to do when Karen wants to do it.
Yeah.
If you understand what I'm saying, you can cook
Yeah.
when you want to cook, when you feel hungry. You
Yeah.
don't have
And if I want to go to bed, I go to bed. I get
right.
up when I want.
If
Yeah.
you want to have a
I don't
nap,
have to answer to anybody.
you can do it. You know what I mean?
Hmm. Yeah. And Magpie, I'm not that old. I'm only 54. Holy shit, the golden season.
Right. They say you only live life at 60, actually.
Yeah. Oh, 50, they usually say. I don't know. They keep changing it. I don't know. No, I'm not really interested. Even if somebody was to ask me, no, I have no interest.
No, I believe you. I know. I mean, look, it's like
Mm.
me. I've been by myself for like over 4 years,
Yeah.
and that's by choice. That is
Yeah.
genuine by choice.
Yeah, exactly. I think
Because
it's,
I have more of a goal to move. I'm going to London. Karen, I don't know if you've heard that, but I am getting transferred to London.
oh, good. Good with your son, then. Good for you.
Right. And my daughter's down there too, and she's after finishing her bachelor's degree as well. So, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So we're
Good.
a matter of a couple of weeks, maybe a month or so, and hopefully this will all be done. You know,
Good. So you'll be closer to people, your family then.
right? My children, like because my Irish family are over in Ireland. You know that, yeah.
Yeah. Good. Good. So, well, then you get to see your children again and be closer to them.
Yeah, no, Ali was only down there a couple of weeks ago, actually.
Oh, good.
No, I was doing the trial, and
Mhm.
he was talking to me on the phone, and I said, "Hello to everyone on YouTube," and he's like, he's British. I can't do a British accent, but he goes, "Hello, everybody,"
Yeah.
and then he named our Buckeye Mama. That was funny, but he
Yeah. How old is he now?
he's like, he's 10,
10. Yeah.
coming up 11 in April.
Oh, okay. Yeah. It's a good age.
No, he's
It's a
at a
good
really
age.
good age. He was down with me. He was flying around with me driving and stuff like that. I mean, we had a great time.
Good. Good. Very good. Well, you'll be there before you know it.
God willing, Karen, I don't, the only reason I got set back that time is because of the C-19.
COVID, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, you're allowed to say COVID. Yeah. So,
Yeah,
um,
they took my apartment down actually because I was too sick.
uh, okay. Yeah.
But,
Mm. Okay.
and people got to understand that. It was up, yes, for for a bit, and then it was taken down again because I was too sick.
Yeah. Well, you gotta stay healthy. Yeah. I'm not gonna go for the shot again this time. I went for the 2 shots and the booster, and I'm not gonna go for it this time.
Yeah.
Yeah. I spoke to my
I'm pretty
doctor
fond
about
of
it.
them either. I'm
Yeah.
not fond of them at all, to be honest. I just trying to keep to myself and do my own thing, and of course, packing up what I can. And I had to pay over 1,000 just to get people in to actually pack up my apartment and move it. Range, that's all done.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
Yeah,
this
you
how
gotta take everything with you.
yeah.
It'd be nice if we all could just move and just take our clothes, right? And buy all new, but you can't do that. Unless you
No,
have the money, but most people don't.
Ken, I forgot even the point where it was one thing paying the removing company, right?
Yeah.
I forgot that. Well, it's £50 to take the cooker out, bring and put the cooker in the new apartment, which is another £50. That's £100.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well, I don't know what that is in US dollars, but it's probably very
That's a lot.
expensive.
Trust me, that in the pounds, that's a lot. I don't know, it'd be
Yeah.
about $60, $70, maybe your money.
Yeah. Okay.
But you get something on wires, and you have
Yeah.
to. Here's the thing, right? I could get like a Tom Rin to do it, if you know what I mean. A
Yeah.
person who knows what they're doing, and they're going to take it out, which will cost you like
Yeah.
half nothing. But the thing is,
Yeah.
you need you actually have to hand over the certificate, and I have to get the real
And when you
people.
live on a fixed income, that's a lot of money. You know. Yeah.
So yeah,
You know.
I didn't calculate all this stuff when I decided to,
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
been rough. I won't lie. It's been like that way,
Mhm.
and that's it. But then again, it's going to be worth it. I think that it's going to improve my lifestyle, and it's going to get me, around
Mhm.
what I want to be around. I'm not a person who does not know in London. Hey Susan, I'm back. Did someone's packing?
Yeah. Are you talking to your family yet?
Karen, where'll I go with that? I don't really want to talk about that one, honey.
Oh, okay. That's okay. You don't have to.
I don't because yeah.
Mm. Just remember, life is short.
I wish they would remember that too.
Yeah.
You know.
I know sometimes you got to bite your tongue more than the others do.
Right.
You know.
And
But,
that's why I refuse. I won't speak upon them. To be, especially I've
yeah.
said
Yeah.
nothing. If you have nothing good to say, don't say nothing at all. I mean,
Yeah. 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 So, well, sometimes it just takes time. You know. So,
Well,
but you just keep your chin up and just, you're going to go see your son, and that's a good thing.
my son and
You
my
know,
daughter, Melanie
your
just
son
finished.
and your daughter. Okay, you'll be close to both of them. Oh, okay.
No, I have both of them now. Yeah, Melanie's just finished her bachelor's degree a couple of, I don't know, maybe 3 or 4 months ago. She
Yeah.
literally finished up the bachelor's, so she said, "Mommy, Mom, give me a key." She said, I'm not gonna move in with you. I mean, my daughter reminds me of, she's the same as me. Give me
Yeah.
a key. She says, I'm not gonna move in with you, but I will come in and cook you dinners and spend time with you when I can. And I was like, well, that's better than what I have now.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, that's good. Well, that sounds great. Oh, you just keep thinking positive and you'll be there before you know it.
Yeah, God willing.
Hmm. Oh, you'll be there.
Yeah, I just want to be
Think
out there and be
positive.
done with it.
Yeah.
And what
Mm.
knocked me back was like the 6 months of, well, when you come out of hospital, you think it stops there. It doesn't. Not after what I
No.
went through, at least. Anyway, it doesn't stop
Mm.
just there. But I mean, yeah, I'm strong now and I can do some things, and the rest of it, as I
Mhm.
said, I paid people to do it. Or they were actually paid to strip the
Yeah.
apartment and take whatever, all my furniture, more or less. I had someone
Yeah.
ask me, "Do you take your kitchens?" And I was like, "No."
Hmm.
Even though the
Yeah.
kitchen is brand new, I mean, no, you don't take that.
Yeah. Right.
That's the thing. Yeah, it's really nice kitchen though. It's really
Hmm.
nice. It's right. Honestly, I picked it. I mean, it's obviously, it's only, I don't know, about 3 years old.
Hmm.
It's kept immaculate.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because I have cleaners coming in do deep cleaning every Monday morning. So you know,
Oh, that's good.
no, but I
Mhm.
pay for them out of my own pocket. The government doesn't. Hey, lovely jubbly, welcome in, my love. Good evening, Susan. Long time. And and Karen. Yeah, I know Karen's here, right?
Mhm. Yeah. Well, I'm gonna be getting going. I have some things I want to finish up here.
Yeah, a lot of people are coming in
It's
saying,
rated again. We had 7.5 inches of rain over the weekend, and
"Oh,
it's
really?"
been dreary. Yeah, last weekend, and it was beautiful out yesterday, and the sun was shining this morning, and then the dark clouds came, and it's raining again.
It's
It's not
been
gonna get nice till next week.
no. Well, I think
It's
our
been
summer's gone.
damp and chilly. Yeah,
Our summer's
so, but
gone here in the UK. We
yeah,
tend to
summer's
like
gone, fall is here.
Mm.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of people coming in saying hello to you. Just I know you can't see chat, but lovely jubbly
Mhm.
coming in saying hello to you.
Oh, hello. Okay.
There's just lots of people coming in saying hello to you.
Oh, okay.
They said I can no see, long time no see.
Okay. So, hi. How are you? Lovely jubbly.
That's a bitch.
But, all right. Well, when are they doing is the Maya case again tomorrow?
Yeah, I will be doing the mind case again tomorrow. Karen, you're very welcome to chime in and write your comments, stuff like that. Now we know
No, that's
that
all right. I just
person
usually
is.
listen when I'm doing stuff.
Yeah, no, that's good. Honestly, obviously, it's good.
Mhm.
It gives
Okay.
me for the time I'm doing right now. It gives me something to do.
Yeah. And like I said, it's a very interesting case, and it's very sad
Yeah, yeah, it's very heartfelt.
what she and that poor family went through. You know,
Right.
and it's so sad.
Yeah.
And then, like when I said, I watched a documentary what other families have gone through. It's should have
They're
never
not the only
been.
ones. And I said this, Karen. If they win this case, right? Can you
Yes.
imagine how many other cases are going to go forward and hit the same hospital for the same kind
Well,
of stuff?
yeah, but it depends on the oh geez, what's the word? My mind went blank. If they still have the time, oh my god, my mind's if the time didn't expire, why can't I think of the name of it? You know.
Yeah.
So it depends on how many years ago it was and all that.
Right. But you've seen the documentary, and
But wasn't it most? I could be wrong, but wasn't it mostly the Yes, it was the hospital, but wasn't it mostly the CPS really that was making most of the calls?
Right.
That one
Yes, it
lady,
was.
wasn't she tied to a lot of the families?
Yep.
But in the documentary, it says that she settles with them, but you know, an undisclosed amount. So no, it's just with the hospital. But that woman, like, you know, like there's kids that she probably should have took out of homes that are probably still in homes, and she was worried about these kids that were perfectly fine,
Right.
and going after parents, and they were just seeking medical help. You know, I don't know. But she probably ignored the real signs of real children that really needed help.
Right. I think the government could be paying a lot of that kind of stuff should have been put on children who are in danger or not the ones who weren't.
Yeah.
But, you know.
Mm. I think they need better training. I really do. And they hop, from what I know, is they hop cases to different people all the time. It's not like the same caseworker, you
Right.
know, and that's not good either, you know. So
They call
the
the mother
system is all screwed up, you know.
Yeah, the Munchausen by proxy or something.
Yeah, yeah.
And
Ridiculous.
some doctors testify to this, and well, no, the mother never appeared to have that psychologically or mentally. He did not have
No.
that.
Mm-mm. And in the end, the daughter wound up with being diagnosed with the same
With
disease
the
as what the other
with
one, you know.
rare condition, yes.
Hmm. It's so sad. So now these two children have no mom. The husband has no wife.
Right.
You know, they
And I
drove
know
her
they're going to get
to
big
do
settlements, but you know, money's one
what do they
thing.
ask for, 200 million or something?
It's a lot.
And
Hey, Mrs. T.
oh, Mrs. T's in there. Hi,
Yeah.
Mrs. T. Hi, Mrs. T. It's they were probably better off settling out of court. It was
That's
stupid
what
for
I
them to
thought.
even bother. But yeah, I'm shocked that they went to court.
That's what I thought as well.
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah.
think the hospital probably wanted. Maybe they wanted to win. You know,
Yeah. Mhm.
because they're an establishment, as we all know. You know, and they were going against family. But
And knowing that the CPS they settled out and somebody else settled out, so right there, that's a mission of guilt. So the
right.
hospital, I mean, that doesn't look good.
No, it
So
doesn't matter.
nope. So what are you gonna do? Oh well. But I'm gonna get going, and everybody have a great night and a great
All right,
weekend.
then. And we'll be back on tomorrow with this case again. It's resuming
Okay.
tomorrow.
Yeah.
I'm gonna follow it
So,
until the end, to be honest.
yeah, and just wanted to let you know that that wasn't me.
That wasn't
And
you.
anybody sees that person in there, you can see it wasn't me.
Yeah, I blocked it.
Yeah, you blocked them. Yeah. So I don't know why people like to play games like that. I've been going on almost 3 months exactly today. Today's September
Yeah.
28th. 3 months today. Wow.
No, that's why I said that the real Karen will get up and panel, and that's why I offered you up, because I wanted to know that you were the real person, to be honest, because they were
Yeah.
coming in my chat and they were letting on they were you, to be honest, you know.
Yeah.
And when you
No
said
reason to.
that's not me,
That's why I put in chat. That's not me.
yeah, I blocked them straight away.
And then
Yeah.
I understood you going, wait a minute, well, is that Karen now? And that's why I took the link to tell you, no, yeah, it's me.
Well, I knew the real Karen would take a link.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Well, you have a good night. Enjoy. Take care, everybody, and have a good night.
Yeah, you do, Karen.
And
God
keep
bless.
warm if anybody has if it's chilly near you, because it's chilly near me.
Yeah, the weather's going downhill. I know.
Yeah. Sure. So, all right. Have a good one.
All right,
Take care.
Take care.
You
Bye.
too. Bye-bye.
I thought they were already settled with CPS. Not. Yeah, I heard they got so many millions from CPS. Yeah. But what they're doing right now is they're taking the hospital to court. So that's why the judge keeps saying keep CPS out of it. That was a different case, and that makes sense. But no, we're gonna keep following it. I mean, I know it's a little bit difficult for me. I've been rooting for it all day, and I couldn't, I genuinely could not find it. And I was like, okay, I found it, but it was near the end. So what we did was we went back to the start and start from the start, and then we went on again. But yeah, we're gonna follow it. I mean, you know, I think it's something what should be put out there. Not only just I know there's like millions of people following this anyways, and there is the Netflix series on it, and that's why I keep writing the title as "Taking Care of Maya" because that's the name of the title of the Netflix series. Even though I have number 4 there, that means day 4. I should probably write the word day, but that's what it is. He has to make an example. Well, I think they should be made an example of, to be honest. I genuinely do, Saying that, I think a lot of people here in the UK should be made an example too, but that's just my opinion. Why do I always miss Karen, damn it? No, a troll came in and then they were her, and then Karen came in and I said, well, I'll drop a link. And I knew the real Karen would come up here, and she did. And that other person, I literally blocked them. Unique Karen or something in that format, because I was thinking, what the hell? Because I know the Reed Karen would take a link. Mr. T, 15 years to life for Carson and 44 consecutive for classic 19 years. Wow. Heather, oh wow, that's amazing. When I say that's amazing, I mean that's justice. I just hope to find where those twins are. To be quite honest, and I don't even want to become a true crime channel. I'm not. I'm not becoming that. I don't mind you all saying that in chat. I mean, I really don't, but you know. But I know the case you're talking about is one. Why not for the one? Mm. The family did not get the real impact statement. Oh really? Did they do an impact statement? And they were pretty upset about that. So the family didn't even get to do an impact statement for the two twins. That's just something else. It really is. So now we know that other person who's jumping under whatever name, Unique Karen. Well, that's not the real Karen. And I knew if I dropped the link in, the real Karen was her, she would jump up and panel. And she did. She's watching the case as well. And that's all right, I don't mind. I don't. My love is coffee, just leave me alone. It's be really bloody muted myself and I was talking away to myself. I was like, those two boys, they were beautiful twins. Once again, this is the system left them down. Mr. T, because of their own testified, they had more evidence on there and what they did. What they did and they did on them for. Oh my God. See, that's why I don't do true crime. When it comes to two beautiful young children. Once again, they were placed in the custody of these people, social services, CPS, you call it in America, and these boys were left out. Just blows my mind. Hey, Marion, how you doing, honey? It just blows my mind. I just that's why I don't like to do. I don't do true crime cases. Now, saying that, I don't want anyone to feel discouraged of writing something in the chat about a true crime case because I already know about this case, anyways. But that's just so how you my hamster died yesterday. So how are you? What was your hamster's name, Maria? So sorry to hear that, Marion. Your hamster died. What was your hamster's name? It's very sad. I mean, for a baby, we can mention another creator. We can mention another creator. I mean, Marion, what are you talking about? You just said your fur baby died yesterday. You never mentioned the name of your little hamster. And then you said, can we mention another creator? I mean, go ahead if you want. She was called Puppy. She was older. I'm 44. I'm 44 years. Okay. I only had guinea pigs, yeah. There's this so much badness going on in the world. I mean, it's mind blowing. I gotta go to the bathroom. I mean, I need to jump off here for 1 second. I'm gonna mute. Don't go anywhere. Oh, okay. Emma, okay. Just me. I'll be back in 1 second. Rocco, hold the floor. Okay, I'm back. Okay, hold. Let me read. Emma Kendi is another creator of People. She likes true crime. She is great. Okay, rat. That made no sound. Same with. Okay, she is in the UK, and that's like, okay, Susan. Right, that was not said. Rocco. On the floor. Let's just chat. keep things there and whatever. Marion, I don't quite get where you're going with all this, to be honest, honey. I'm not being rude. You come in here every now and again. I told you before I was not a true crime channel. I never claimed to be. I'm just covering a case that I feel passionate about. But after that, I probably won't do anymore. I know I won't probably do anymore. I'm more of a less talk kind of a person. And I'm not being rude saying that. I can put you onto other channels if you want who do really true crime stuff. Um, Other than that, I mean, uh, I don't know what else to say. I mean, Susan, I think she was telling you about a true crime channel she enjoys. Yeah, I think so. And I just want to explain to her right now that I'm not a true crime channel. Yes, I am doing a case right now, but that's not that's just like something I'm gonna do for next until it's finished. But other than that, I'm probably not gonna do any crime channels after that. And I'm not being rude saying that, but that is the God's honest truth. I'm more of a, as my channel says, let's talk with me, you know what I mean? I more or less do that kind of stuff. And I don't mean any hard feelings by that. I don't. But once again, we do appreciate everyone who comes in there. Don't ever get me wrong in saying that. But I just don't want this lady thinking I'm a true crime channel because I'm not. No, far from it. But saying other than that, I mean, how is everyone doing in United States of America? Because I know 90% of my chat is American. I think Marion or whatever Biz, don't know where she comes from. I'd have to look it up on my algorithms to see that one, or even check it out. Never gives the names up, so you're not really gonna even know. But it tells you what countries your channel goes out to. And I know 90% of my channel goes out to the US. And there's a percentage that goes to the UK, percentage that goes to, down under, like Australia, percentage what goes to Ireland, da da da. But she seems to have, like, disappeared. I mean, comes in and says, can someone check out her account and see how long that account is? I just don't want to be fooled by another troll again. I have not seen her on anyone else's channel. Not saying that there's anything wrong with that. Marion, if you don't ask me asking, how long are you on YouTube? How long are you here? Are you on YouTube a long time, or are you only here a short time, or anything like that? She goes purpose. I think she could be wrong. Okay, no problem. Yeah, that's fine. It's just because someone was coming on it and they were Karen, and it wasn't. Ages. I am a mod for a lot of other channels. I'm not at all. No, that's fine. No, don't worry, honey. We just ask questions like that. I'm not saying you are. We do get a lot of trolls here. I mean, they just come in There's some days when they don't come in, there's some days when they do come in, you know, and of course, you're new to me. I'm pretty sure you're a really nice person. So, of course, don't like to say anything. I don't like to say anything bad about anybody, you know. I just don't. And you're very welcome here as well. I just want you to know that. You aren't marrying, you're very welcome. It's just that channels do get trolls, and that's just, no matter how big or small your channel may be, they do get trolls. Unfortunately. I wish YouTube could do something about that, but of course, they don't listen. Guys, I'm sorry about this stupid cough I have. Just drive me nuts. You know, where's Chunky Chili gone? Chunky Chili was showing us around the graveyards yesterday. you've seen her properly, and that's fine. That's good. No, that's fine. Look, don't take it personal, sweetheart. We're always gonna ask. People are already after vouching for you, so you know you're good. You're all right. Right. Yeah, there you go. Now people are vouching for you, Marianne, so you're good. Yeah, she's nice. Yeah. And lovely. I mean, I'm glad that she's here. I appreciate that she's here. Jesus. Heidi, is it getting cold where you're at? God. It's gone very cold here in the UK. Really cold. In fact, I'm going to stay on here for the next 5, 10, 20 minutes and then I'm jumping off. Because it's really cold. I'll go to bed. No, I believe, Heidi. I do believe. Yeah, Mary, you're welcome here, honey. Honestly, you are very welcome here. Sorry that I said that even. It's just that we do get trolled a lot, sweetheart. And if you're around YouTube, you know what I'm talking about. Of course, you're very welcome here. The weather's gone very cold over here in the UK. It's gone really nasty. For this stupid cough. But yes, we'll be back on the case again tomorrow. I will be covering it. It's the Maya case. That's probably the only case I'm ever gonna do. I'm probably not gonna do any cases after that. I'm not a true crime channel. I'm only doing the Maya case. And that's it. I won't be doing any more after that. With me, I treat people how I want to be treated. Thanks, I get it. I got a different channel that don't like each other, but I'm never horrible to each other. One because I am not like that. No, you're good. No, Marion, you're good. You are honestly good. Actually, me and Purple get on really well. We get on fine. Purple's more of a true crime channel than I am. I just happen to be covering my case. I normally don't cover cases at all. Apart from that one case I will be doing. But other than that, I don't really cover cases, to be honest. Just I want you to know that in advance. So, you know. But of course, everyone's welcome here. I mean, hey, Kraken asks, how you doing? Hey, Susan, how you doing, my friend? Yeah, I'm doing good, Kraken asks. Yeah, it's up and down. The temperatures, yeah. I mean, oh my God. I'm thinking, what the hell? Lovely to see you in your Kraken asks. Welcome in, honey. So we had a bit of a long day of covering day 4 of Maya's case. Of course, we're going to cover it until the end, but I probably won't do any more cases. I know I won't do any cases after that. It's just that I'm rooting for her so much. She's lost so much. I don't think all the money in the world will bring back what this girl has lost. And how she was even treated, to be quite honest, which is really sad. And it's always nice to come on and talk about it, and see what people feel about it and stuff like that. It's always nice to say that. Oh God. So of course, watch out for tomorrow again. We're gonna cover the Maya, day 5. The judge said it's gonna be 7 weeks before we get an answer even. I think if she celebrate, if she wins, we'll all be opening the champagne, I think. But I'm rooting for her, I really am. At this point, what I went through in my life, I don't think it's about the money. I think it's about teaching them right from wrong. I think that she's already made a settlement with social services, or CPS, you call it in America. I don't think it's about the money. I think it's about the loss of her mom. I think it's about showing the courts what happened to her, and I think it's about getting justice in that way, even though there is a financial gain. I really don't think she's really thinking about that. She's really young. She looks really pale, God bless her, you can tell she's been through a hell of a lot. For a person who's living in Florida to be like very as pale as she is, that's not really normal. That's not normal at all. Yeah, so no, Kraken asks, we're gonna cover the my case for the next couple of weeks. And I that's why I keep putting in the care of Maya, because if anyone has Netflix, go and watch that case. Go watch what goes on Netflix, and then come back, and then you'll understand what we're doing. When I just want to see justice, I really do. I hope that I genuinely hope that she sees justice. That was horrible. What they did to that family. Oh yeah, horrendous. They almost broke that family, to be honest. The mother doing what she did. She did that because she loved her daughter, and the only way she would see her daughter getting out of hospital, she felt that if she wasn't there, her daughter could get out of hospital. And funny enough, when that did happen, they left the daughter out of hospital. But that's not the right thing to do sometimes. You know, I reflect on some stuff I do. You know, as a person, you could say would be, well, everyone has a story. That's all I'd say. You're gonna have really thick skin to do what they're doing right now, and you gotta be really strong. At one point, my family used to say to me, if you threw me out a window, I'd probably land on my own 2 feet. And that was true at one point. I don't know if it's very true anymore. You know, I look at this case and I'm thinking, I'm seeing a lot of similarity, a lot of stuff. You know, and I'm not saying it's the same case because it is not. But I'm seeing a lot of stuff. Hey, True Smiles, my little Elvis friend, how are you doing? Elvis has entered the building. True Smiles make me laugh. Hence the name True Smiles, right? So yeah, we're gonna continue on doing the case tomorrow. I know a lot of people, you know, it's not drama. Trust me, if I do drama, I'll have more views, blah blah blah. I don't really care about the views on doing the case. Doesn't matter to me at all. There we go. Elvis has entered the building. Just pray and hope this little girl gets justice. I've been napping a lot. True Smiles. Are you going into hibernation? In the winter now. Well, they call it fall in the US. We call it winter. Because it's so damn cold. But yeah. I've been doing that. I've been sleeping quite a bit as well. Too damn cold to do anything. You know, and then I'm left with this horrible cough. Smoking cigarettes does not help that. Obviously, I'm contributing to the cough. And I know that too. I'm not stupid. You're hibernating. I knew you were. Are you hibernating in Memphis? We asked Corn Dogs, where's Elvis grave? He written in the chat, it's in Memphis. I knew that. I was just teasing him. I was just tormenting him. But he was showing us a lot of graves. I get there. Let me read this properly. They get their justice. here and when does horrible people make their their makers and good Lord above, they will answer to him 100%, because you do realize, don't want to sound all religious about these kind of things, right? The law was practiced in the United Kingdom, United States, whichever country. That is not the same law was practiced when you go to when you meet your maker, so to speak. You know what I mean? Those laws don't exist. Two smiles, my girl. Two smiles is quite funny. Yeah. I hope they meet their maker. I hope they get what they deserve. I really do. I mean, I think it's totally disgusting what has been done. And this is not only happening in the United States, this is happening all over the world. Just so y'all know that. Don't ever feel that it's just America. No, it's not. It happens in Europe, it happens in UK, it happens everywhere. Miscarriage of justice. Okay? That's why I feel that I want to do this case, because I know what a miscarriage of justice is. Yeah, I know that. When no one is looking, I am just kidnapping her and taking her from her Discord. And through smiles. Okay. True smiles help. she's funny. But I'll tell you, damn, it's cold. No. I mean, the weather, cold, cold, cold. So yeah, I mean, of course I'm just rambling on here for a little bit. Then I'm gonna go and get something to eat and go to bed. Because I only eat a tiny amount this morning today. Then I gotta get something so I can sleep good. Just a little something. So right, I'm gonna get off here and I'll be back on tomorrow. And let's see what day 5 brings us. On the kids taking care of Maya. If anyone has Netflix, please look up. Just type in the word. You probably won't even need to. Just look for the word name in taking care of Maya. God bless everybody. I appreciate every single one of you in here. I genuinely do. I appreciate y'all. I'm gonna go because obviously I'm really tired right now. I'm hibernating Rocco for the winter. She won't come out until spring. She's in hibernation. But yeah. Right, I'm gonna get off here and get a little small bit to eat and then go to bed. And I wish you the best of everything, especially Heather and all these people out there, So I'm gonna get off. I'm gonna go to bed, and yeah, I'll be back on again tomorrow. We'll do the My Case part 5, so to speak. So I'm going to say good night. And I just want to let you know Elvis is leaving the building. I'm just joking, right? Right, so we're going to go. We're going out intro. God bless. Take care. Good night. Thank you all for coming in and supporting my channel. Please hit thumbs up on the way out. And we'll see you all back tomorrow. Good night.